as quantity surveyors, we upskill and we also upskill, because this is what will keep us in the current trend, because the world is evolving. The technological age is where we are today. And so it is very, very necessary that as quantity surveyors, you don't just sit and feel comfortable with the traditional methods. We have BIM, we have the 5D BIM, which is basically for quantity surveyors. There are so much softwares available for such. So it's very necessary that we as quantity surveyors, we always upskill and upskill. So don't feel comfortable with where you are. You can upgrade, you can go into the green building, you can go into any sustainability career, you can even go into facility management, you can go into risk management, and more to say. So we appreciate our two speakers who have done a wonderful job for us, and we hope that we would not just learn what has been taught, we're also going to practice what we have learned. So thank you so much for an amazing day yesterday, and also thank you to our moderators, QS Chioma and QS Demide, for doing a good job for the past days. Thank you so much. All right, now we're going to our introduction, Open Innovation, a Quantity Surveying Perspective, which is funded by Aubrey Parker Fund. I think they've been doing a great job and we really appreciate them. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished quantity surveying professionals, welcome you to this highly anticipated NIQS Foundation Capacity Building Program titled Open Innovation, a Quantity Surveying Perspective. Now, the NIQS Foundation is an independent organization formed by the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors. Our focus is on researching and proposing actionable solutions to critical social environmental challenges encompassing climate action, gender parity, social housing, infrastructure gaps, sustainable energy, economic prosperity, youth empowerment, and more within the ambit of sustainable development goals. You may ask, what is the mission of NIQS Foundation? The mission is to raise the global brand of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors and to make the world a better place for all by using the built environment as a platform. What is their vision? The vision is to impact innovative solutions on issues relating to the built environment, climate change, sustainability, social housing, life on land or below water, affordable and clean energy, gender equality, education, decent work and economic growth, youth empowerment and job creation through skills acquisition. The target of the NIQS Foundation is to seek to support local causes around the world, supporting humanity in achieving sustainable development goals. Now, the NIQS Foundation program titled Open Innovation, a Quantity Surveying Perspective is proudly funded by the Aubrey Parker Fund, the charity for surveying and land economy. Now, about Aubrey Parker Fund, it was established in 1972. The Aubrey Parker Fund is dedicated to enhancing sustainable survey and land management skills in the disciplines of land surveying, quantity surveying, and land economy in developing countries through professional education and capacity building for the lasting benefit of local communities. Now, whether you're an experienced quantity surveyor or you're just starting out, this is your chance to gain cutting-edge insights and practical tools from industry leaders. You may ask, what's in store for you in this program? One, you're going to gain expert insights on integrating open innovation into QS practices. Two, you're going to have interactive sessions with top industry innovators. Three, you're going to have practical approaches to elevate your QS career. Now, open innovation offers quantity surveying a pathway to greater collaboration, technological advancement, and client-focused service delivery. By embracing this approach, QS professionals can enhance their role in the construction industry and contribute to the creation of innovative, cost-effective, and sustainable built environments. Ladies and gentlemen, we just appreciate the NIQS Foundation for doing just an amazing
QS Juliet. Okay, I think she's having technical challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, taking off from where she left off, she has said everything that needs to be said regarding introduction. This is indeed a wonderful program, and I believe each and every one of you has learned a whole lot since the Open Innovation and Quantity Surveying Perspective program commenced on Tuesday. We've had power-packed sessions from the introduction of Open Innovation, Quantity Surveying Perspective, problem formulation, cost estimates, and a host of other things. Today, we'll be learning something very important to the quantity surveying profession and the built environment. And no other person will be doing that than the chairman himself, QS Oyile. QS Juliet, we have you back on board. Thank you so much to have you. Oh, can you hear us, please?
Yes, I can. I hope you heard me.
Yeah, thank you very much. Go ahead. You have the floor, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right. QS Oyile Adebowale Olushola, FNIQS, PNB, MRICS, Lead AP, BD+C, who is our speaker today. We would like to officially introduce him to us so that we get to know more of him before he takes the stage. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors. He stands out as a visionary leader in the field of quantity surveying, particularly in unlocking the potential of online labor markets for open innovation and scaling open innovation within the industry. As the managing partner of Project Associates, QS Olushola spearheads a consultancy renowned for its strategic project management and cutting-edge training services tailored for professionals in the built environment. His responsibilities encompass the development of procurement and change management frameworks, high-level contract management, risk assessment, claims administration, and portfolio management. With a BSc in quantity surveying and an MSc in construction management, specializing in claims administration and management, he brings over 22 years of expertise in managing commercial projects. His proficiency as a QS and project manager extends across residential, institutional, and infrastructure. His comprehensive understanding
Hello, is it a network?
Also, please step in immediately.
Yes,
step in immediately.
It's actually her network. I think she's having quite a bit of a bind with her network.
Also, we'll handle this
Yes,
way. Whenever she's having whenever she has glitches, just take off from there. We're familiar with the
Yes, no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, she was actually reading the distinguished bio of the lead trainer for today, and I'll just be taking that off from where she left off. And in order to continue, QS Oyile Adebowale Olushola at Project Academy, the training arm of the Project Associates, QS Olushola imparts his knowledge in emerging specializations such as project monitoring and evaluation, LEED/EDGE certifications, and forensic quantum analysis in claims administration. His extensive experience includes providing contract management, acting as a funder's representative, and serving as an expert witness on numerous claims for a diverse array of clients. Additionally, he has conducted feasibility appraisals for estate development projects and advised banks on contract financing loans. QS Olushola's professional qualifications are impressive indeed, including certifications as a project management professional, Scrum Fundamentals in Project Management, and a Six Sigma Yellow Belt in Quality Management. He is an expert member of the Project Management Institute and Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors and the International Society of Sustainability Professionals. His expertise as a qualified green building and sustainability professional is underscored by his LEED AP BD+C accreditations. QS Oyeleye exemplifies the innovative spirit and professional excellence required to harness the potential of online labor markets and scale open innovation within the quantity surveying profession. His leadership and expertise continues to shape the future of the construction management and sustainable development space. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you today the trainer for the third module for today. QS Oyeleye, we appreciate you. You have the floor, please. Welcome on board, sir.
Good morning, and thank you so much for the kind words. I welcome everyone to today's modules, and I hope that we'll all have a great time together. I'll be sharing my screen now. Please just confirm when it is up and everybody can see it.
Okay, sir, your screen is up. Kindly make it full screen, please.
All right, it should be full screen now.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you so much once again. Good morning, everyone. And I want to thank the NIQS Foundation for this privilege. And of course, also, we are grateful to Rebecca Fund for their involvement in this training. Well, I have followed the trainings for the past 2 days, so mine is more like just bringing all the other issues that has been discussed, try to put some perspective to it. So I will be focusing on this particular model, that is online labor markets for quantity surveyors. How do we navigate the digital economy? I'm sure for most of us, I think during the last 2 governments or so, we had Minister of Digital Economy in our country. So we know that digital economy has become a big market now. And so how do we position ourselves as quantity surveyors to make the most of these opportunities? So as a way of introduction, I would say that the online labor market is simply a digital platform that connects freelancers with clients. Freelancers, those that are not engaged in a tenured contract per se. You don't have to report to a physical office. You don't have a specific time that you come in, you resume work, you work at your own pace. And some of us probably are already experiencing this, particularly after the COVID-19 experience, that even in our organizations within the country, at some time, some companies were doing maybe 3 days a week, some maybe 2 days, and so on and so forth. But people still work from their home. So this is just what is happening on the global scale now. So we're looking at the digital platform where we were able to connect freelancers with clients. And it promises to be a very, very lucrative place. And it gives opportunities, so much opportunities for everybody to come and play, to come and do their own part and get the benefits that they need. So it is also important to note that what we are talking about, it's a transformative force. The freelancers and the clients, they are a transformative force in the digital economy because everybody needs something, sometime, somewhere. So the opportunities are just tremendous, particularly for quantity surveyors. It is an unprecedented opportunity for us to get engaged in diverse projects. So this model is focused on helping us to enhance our career, to also contribute to the open innovation that we have been talking about. Over the last 2 days, there are some things that we have tried to emphasize, and I just want to quickly say something about this open innovation. Open innovation is just looking at products, process, and people. That's the way I look at it: product, process, and people. Product, what is the deliverable, the one? Process, how is it going to be carried out? People, who are the people that are going to be involved? That's what open innovation is. However, what makes it wonderful is there are no boundaries. So it can happen anywhere, anytime, anywhere. So if we're able to understand this, particularly as it relates to the online labor market, you discover that you can make the most out of it. And one of the reasons, or one of the benefits of the online labor market, is that it actually gives room for more efficiency, innovation, and growth. That's one of the major advantages of the online labor market. Now, what will be our learning objectives for today's module? First, we need to comprehend the structure and the functioning of the online labor market. And then, having done that, we need to identify the key platforms and tools that facilitate online market participation, particularly for quantity surveyors. And then, of course, we also need to evaluate the benefits and the challenges, because as much as we have so many opportunities, there are also challenges that come with it. And then, having seen all this, how do we develop strategies to effectively navigate, to be able to make use of these opportunities that we're able to see, or to mitigate the challenges that we're also able to see? And then, of course, we'll try and see some real-world case studies. We'll go to some of the sites, and then I'll be able to share some things that I can just show you from my own end, what I have been able to, my own little involvement there, so that you can see the opportunities that are there. And then, of course, it's not enough that the training comes and we learn all these things without formulating actionable plans. We need to formulate actionable plans to be able to make the most of the opportunities that we are talking about. So what is the structure of this online market? One thing we need to understand, and which happens if you are going to be employed in a structured, or let me say maybe the regular traditional work environment, you need something like your CV, your resume. So you need a user profile on the online platform. It's a digital resume that highlights your expertise and experience. So that's very critical. As a matter of fact, this particular structure, this particular line, it's critical to the success, or your success, when you get involved in this online labor market. And then, of course, we need to also understand that there are job listings and bidding. So sometimes you have to bid, if not all the time. You have to bid. There are other people that want a crack at what you are also going for. So you have to bid. The client is not tied to take the lowest bidder. He just takes the best that the best bidder he believes can give him what he wants. And then I'll quickly just go to the last point: ratings and reviews. This is important because your ability to win a bid will reflect, or will be affected by the ratings and the reviews that you get. And as a matter of fact, even for you, the clients and the jobs that you go for, you also need to look at the kind of clients that you're actually looking out to. Some, they will show you the amount that they've been able to spend, how much they're able to spend, and all that. So you can use that to gauge which kind of job you want to go for. And then, of course, we have communication tools that are integrated in this online labor market. Particularly using the email, you can get alerts or notifications of things that are coming up. And even when you are involved in a particular project, you also get notifications. Communication is very, very important. As we have learned in project management, communication is one of the key pillars of a successful project. And of course, how do you get your payment? And I think this is one of the key things that people are concerned about. How do you get your payment? So there are systems on ground. Some, and most of them actually have like a third-party escrow system where if you do your job, you are guaranteed that your money will be paid. So just to make sure that no client defrauds a freelancer, and then of course no freelancer also defrauds a client. So there is a third-party system where a fair compensation is made available for both the client and also the freelancer. So, and it is important to also note that when we're talking about this structure, going into an online system, an online platform, you need to really understand the ones that you are getting yourself involved in. There are many platforms, and from usage, you will know which one will actually give you the best, depending on your own strategy and what you want to accomplish. So it's important you try out the types that are available, and then you can now take a decision on which one you really want to focus on, and the one that is most beneficial or gives you the most dividend. Now, let's look at the functioning of the online labor market. Number one, typically, all of them requires that you do a registration, profile creation, like I mentioned, user profile. Some you are allowed to do a minimum registration at the onset. However, they are going to prompt you to update and give further information beyond the usual email and password that you do. So you'll be prompted to create profiles. You'll be requested to choose the sector or category that you are really interested in. And then they'll also ask you some other information. We're going to see some of those later. And then, of course, the job search and application. So this aspect is very, very key. Even though you have set some of these parameters, you need to also search for the jobs. Some of them are very intuitive, and of course, we have learned so much about AI. Some of them are powered by AI from the back end, that the way you interact with the website will determine the kind of information that will come to you. So most likely, they filter the jobs available, and they present to you the ones that believe matches your particular ability and capabilities. And then, of course, you need to do client selection and then contracting. That is when you bid and then you get the job. You need to you choose that. The client selects who they want. You choose the client that you want to deal with. It's very open and very transparent to a very strong extent. And then, of course, you need to carry out the project execution. And after that, the payment and the feedback. The feedback is very, very important, both for you as a freelancer or as a firm that wants to engage other freelancers. You know, and speaking to us now, there are some of us that will be coming on this online labor market as a client, and some of us might be coming in as a freelancer. So it goes two ways. All this information that I'm passing across, it cuts across either to the freelancer or to the client. So with that, I want to quickly mention the benefits. It goes without saying from what we have been learning about open innovation. Number one is that there is a global reach. There are no borders. It's a global reach. There's one that I got early this morning in my email. It's a project in Australia. So it could come to anybody, different places, different pool of clients, a large pool of clients that you can choose from. And of course, number two is that the flexibility. It's not a 9 to 5. You have the way that you do your work. You can choose to work overnight. You can choose to work in the mornings. And don't forget that because it's global, we are looking at different timelines. So in some places, you'll be working in the morning while they are there in the night. So there's flexibility, diverse projects, different opportunity to be engaged in different kinds of projects, from the very simple one, mundane ones, if you say that, if you want to use that word, and then to the more complex one. And you can do a little part of even a bigger project. And then, of course, skill enhancement. And this is one thing I think that we should also look at it, particularly if you are starting off. You should, I think, be more interested, if you're a freelancer, in getting involved in many projects so as to enhance your skill As you develop your skill, you become more proficient, and then you can charge a bit higher. So there is that opportunity for you to actually develop your skills. Different programs that are available for you to make use of. Some of them have been mentioned during the previous modules. So these are the key benefits. There are other benefits that are involved. Of course, you become more aware of the things that are happening generally all over the world, and the issues that are coming up, challenges that they have in other places. You learn all those things. So these are benefits. If you are someone that is knowledge-minded, you will not be tired of being involved in this kind of platform. And then what are the challenges? The issue is this: there is competition, high competition. One of the things I want to quickly point out to us is that, in our country, in Nigeria, we're used to what they call the percentage fee structure. You are not likely going to find something like that on this online job platform. It's fixed. You charge. How much are you going to charge? If you are going to be working online where they are going to actually clock in, you are working using a particular software. They know when you clock in and what you did, so they can know how many hours you spend. So you tell them how much you want to charge per hour. And of course, some of them are contract. Okay, for this assignment, I'm going to do it maybe $20, $300, whatever you choose. So the competition is there. So this helps to drive down prices. And sometimes it makes it difficult to secure projects, because the advantage, if I may call it an advantage, is because of the value of the Nigerian currency presently. So it gives us an advantage now because of that. But if the value of Naira goes up, then you might end up actually outbidding yourself if you get involved in any particular bid. And of course, another challenge is quality control. Ensuring consistent quality across remote projects can be challenging. The people that have put themselves up on the profile, some could say things and put up what they cannot actually do. That's a fact. So how do you actually control quality? So how are you able to make sure that everybody delivers to a certain set of standards? So you need to be aware of that challenge. It's going to happen. And some of us, even working in our local system, if you have engaged different professionals, even as a quantity surveyor, if you are using different quantity surveyors on a single project, maybe one is working on maybe structural elements, one is working on architectural, one is working on finishes and all that. You need to be able to bring all the documents together and make sure that they meet a certain standard. So quality control is a challenge. And of course, communication. Even though the benefit is also there, you can work anytime you want. But if somebody wants to contact you, for some, it can be a convenient time. For another, it might not be a convenient time. And then we also have communication styles. Recently, I was listening to the news when the Prime Minister of India visited Russia. So when he was greeting the Prime Minister, he hugged him. And so many people raised issues that why should he hug him? That means he's supporting what the Russians are doing. And then one of the ministers had to come out to tell them that, look, in our own custom, if you greet and you hug, it's a normal thing. It doesn't mean you support or you do not support. So there are cultural gaps that you need to understand and you need to be able to fill. So by understanding this structure that we just talked about and the functioning of the online labor market, it's very easy for quantity surveyors to very effectively navigate these platforms. You understand how they are structured, you understand how they function, it becomes very easy for you. It's just like going to a physical market, but this time around it's a digital one. That's why we call it digital economy. So what are some of the platforms that quantity surveyors can use? Let us dive in quickly. Now, we have one we call Freelancer, another Upwork, we have Fiverr, we have People Per Hour, we have Guru. These are not exhaustive. There are many others. For example, there's one that is called Cubic Meter, though that one is more tailored to Ireland. So mostly it's about projects in Ireland. So, but of course, there might be other opportunities that will come up. And then Job is Job is mostly tailored to the UK. but you see opportunities there once in a while also to be able to get involved in projects, and then to be able to partake of this online labor market. So these platforms are there. They are similar in many ways. However, some of them have their distinctive features or comparative advantage because they are selling similar products. So for them to be able to distinguish themselves, each one has some distinguishing factors that give them a niche in the market. So I'm going to be looking at each one of them, just mentioning briefly some of the key things you need to know about them. And then, of course, how you can now make use of those possibilities that they make available. So these platforms, they offer various features: project bidding, secure payments, client reviews. They cater to different freelancing styles and project types. All of them, like I mentioned earlier, some could be just doing the bill for, let's say, finishing in a bathroom. You can have something like that. Or some could be just to do maybe takeoff for electrical items or MEP. That could just be the item that they want you to do. And some of them, you also need to take note that some of the clients could actually be professional services firms like we have in Nigeria. Some of them could also be contractors. So you see, you need to understand that what one focuses on might be different from what the other client focuses on. So that's why you have such a myriad of possible jobs that are there, maybe from contractor, for a subcontractor, for a consulting firm, even for a client or a developer. Even a client or a developer can do that. For example, some of our clients or developers, even in our country, they can take advantage of this. They can just post, oh, we have a drawing, and they send it out to a contractor to give them a bid. They can post it online for somebody to also give them maybe a material schedule or to give them a bill of quantities, just for them to be able to compare what the contractor is going to be sending in. So some will say, oh, is it that this will deprive quantity surveyors from jobs in the country? Look at it the other way, that if you are online and this same client brings the job online, so you are still able to participate in the project. So it doesn't actually deny us anything. All right. So Freelancer, and I put on the screen the website because I expect that after now, some of us will be able to go there and then make some further research on our own. So Freelancer, for example, is a very popular platform. It connects, like I said, freelancers with clients across various industries, quantity surveying. And let me also quickly say this: most of these online job markets are not actually just tailored to quantity surveyors. So they have different kinds of jobs. So it's just that you need to search out and get the one that you want. So of course, one of the features is that it allows project bidding, like I said earlier, secure payment systems, and of course, client reviews. And then, of course, it gives you access. One of the benefits, it gives you access to a global client base and then diverse project opportunities and a robust support system for freelancers. So you see that as a qualified freelancer, for them, their niche is that they are more focused on the freelancer than on the other side. Of course, they make provision for the other side, but their focus, their niche is for the freelancer. So you see why, oh, this might be the better one for you. Probably when you're just starting up, this might be a great one for you. So that I just put on the screen, just a screenshot of their website. So you go there, you sign in, which is the basic you need to do before you can be able to make use of any facility there. The second one is Upwork. And again, we have the website there for us so that we can be able to go on and do our own further research. It's one of the largest freelancing platforms. It offers a wide range of job categories, including quantity surveying. Like I said, it gives opportunity for searching and tracking, and of course, the secure payment. All of them offer, these ones that I'm talking about, they offer secure payment, which means that your money will not get lost, so to speak. Yeah, they shouldn't, they guide so much against fraud. So you should be confident that if you do a job, you are involved, you will get your money. And then it offers high visibility to potential clients. And then project management tools. Then it has a better facility for you to be involved using project management tools. And it also has a strong reputation. So it relies on the review of your capability as a freelancer or as a client. It writes more on that, okay, anybody that is coming to our own website is going to get one of the best people that are available. So it's more like you are going to get people that are more tested and trusted, so to speak. So that is one of the advantage. And that is one key thing that you should look at when you are thinking of which of the platforms to go with. And then, of course, we have the Fiverr. Fiverr is also one of them. And then one thing about this, which is actually interesting to me, is that when you're offering your service, it's called gigs. You know, the way we use the word gig, yeah, you have a gig or something like that. So they use that time. Maybe they are targeting a certain range of an age group that are familiar with that, so that you feel more at home, that this is the kind of place that my generation or like-minded people are. So you are doing a job, it's called gigs, and then you are expected to pay a certain amount to be able to have access to the different projects or different available work that are possible. So I think that's one thing you should take note of this. And then, of course, it allows reviews and secure transactions. Like I said, all of them have that. Then it has flexibility in the service offerings and high volume of small projects. It has high volume of small projects. So they are looking at a particular, that's my own assessment, that they are looking at a particular age group, those that are just probably coming up, that just need a little bit of thing to do by the side as they are climbing up the ladder. So that is their own niche from my own perspective and evaluation. So all of them, they are good in their own way. People per hour is another one. So they are good in their own way. It also connects freelancers with clients, like all the others. Then it has an hourly and project-based pricing. You know, I mentioned you need to tell them how much you wish to charge per hour, and of course, project-based if you have to put a certain amount to a particular project. And then there is flexibility in pricing models. Even if you put your price per hour, it's possible for a client to still negotiate. And of course, it's just a guide for them to know what you are likely to charge. So it's not cast in stone. Any rates that you are putting is not cast in stone. It's just to guide the clients. But, you know, it's always good for you to understand, as we will see later, to understand the market and know how to price accordingly, so you don't price yourself out of a bid. And then moving forward, we have the one called Guru. Guru. So it's expected that at this level that you are quite experienced and you know what you really want and you are very familiar with the terrain. But that is just from the name. However, it also provides similar possibilities like the others, very similar with the others. So it's for me, it's more of your own personal taste and how you interact with their interface. The one that feels best for you, you just pick on that and then you work with that. But one thing that you strategically, like I said, you start from the low so that you can now build up and then get to the point where your rating is so high and you can charge. If you are bidding for a job, probably you are charging, let's say $500 and you have a rating of 3.5. And then somebody else is bidding for the same job and has a rating of 5 and is charging maybe 600. The client might prefer, or even you as a client, you might prefer to engage the person that has a higher rating. The same way when you are booking hotels, I'm sure we are familiar with that. You are using Booking.com most of the time, you are checking the hotel rating. The same way clients and freelancers look at it to determine which is the best. Even if their prices are different, it might not really matter if the rating suggests that the quality or the standard that is coming from one is more than what you are likely to get from the other. So now, what are the essential tools? We said that we are talking about working mostly online. That means that there is a place of commonality, particularly if you are many working on one project. There must be a place of commonality. And I was very happy because I had QS Ifeanyi yesterday making mention of some of them. So you need to be familiar, because if you want to if you're going to be engaged on a project and they say that this is the platform we're using and you are not familiar with it, you know you have an issue. So some of these things will be asked. They will tell you, this is a platform we are using. Are you familiar with this? Are you familiar with that? Before they even engage you. So that's why as a person, you need to have a good understanding of the different types. You might not be an expert in all of them. But one secret I want to let us know is this, that even though you are not expert on a particular program or a particular tool, you can actually get involved and learn, or get somebody who is an expert to help you. That is how you learn. So that's why I emphasize starting from smaller projects, so that from those smaller projects, the level of expertise that is expected might be lower. So you get to learn, and then you now develop yourself. So some of these tools, Microsoft Excel, that one I believe is a no-brainer for us as quantity surveyors in particular. And then you have CostX. Some of us are familiar with this, used for quantity surveying services, PlanSwift, Bluebeam, Review, and then Procore. I will talk about each one of them briefly on the common ones, and then maybe a little bit more on those that are not so common. However, I believe that some of these things have been spoken to during the last modules. So Microsoft Excel, of course, it's about the most popular from that list, as in familiarity-wise. Popularity does not mean that it's best to solve a problem. It's just that it's most common and people are more familiar with it. That's what it means. If you need some specialized work, you know that Excel has its limitations. And even some of those specialized softwares too, they also have their limitation depending on what you want to get out from it. So for Excel, it's widely used for data analysis, budgeting, project management, quantity surveying, and of course, it has advanced data manipulation. And some of us now know that you can actually use Excel with some add-ons to be able to deliver more than the traditional service or ability or features of Excel. So depending on you, you can have add-ons that will give you more flexibility and more probable outcomes using Excel. And of course, it is versatile and it has its ease of use. It's one key thing about Excel. Almost everybody, particularly as a quantity surveyor, knows how to use Excel. And then manipulating Excel is quite easier, but it has its limitations when you are going to do some higher level cost data analysis. And then the other one is CostX. CostX is specialized for quantity surveying. It has service you can use it for 2D and 3D. We talked about evolution of BIM. You have 2D, 3D, and all that. So it has that capability to do takeoff using 2D or 3D. And then, of course, it now has also BIM integration. So you can actually, BIM integration means that you are actually going beyond 3D. You are going to the 4D, time, scheduling, and then 5, the cost, and so on and so forth. But we know that most projects have not even gotten up to the level of maybe talking about 6D, 7D. Most projects are not even up to that. If you are good enough even at 5D, I believe that you can fit in very well in almost all the likely projects that are out there on the job market. Even at 4D, you are 5D, sorry, I think you are very good. And then, of course, it has increased accuracy and efficiency in taking on process. We know that it helps you a lot as a quantity surveyor. You are able to do a lot more and you are more accurate in your work. It helps to take care of some of the issues that are challenges for you if you are doing the traditional way. So, and then of course, we also have PlanSwift, also a popular one. I believe that we have had trainings about it, particularly QS and Chijioke, I believe. He does more of Navisworks and Revit, I think. Okay, PlanSwift, it's more by some other people. So PlanSwift is also a specialized software for digital taking off and estimation. It has some functionalities that sets it apart, even though some of those other ones too, you are able to do the drag and drop functionality. Those other ones will also give you some other ones, you understand how it works. You can integrate it with your estimating software. And of course, one of the key areas is the detail reporting function that it allows you to do when you are on a project, evaluations, final accounts, and other financial reports that you need to do. And then, of course, it helps you to streamline your takeoff process. And of course, we also have the Bluebeam Review. Bluebeam Review, like Kiesinfai mentioned yesterday, it's not particularly a quantity surveying software. It's more like document management and project management. That's how I will put it. Because if you have a lot of workflow that requires PDF documents that are exchanged here and there, then Bluebeam Review is a good one. It has a central storage. You have access to all the documents, and then you are able to do the work that you need to do. Of course, you are able to mark up. Maybe you are working on a document. You are able to mark out a portion and make comments on it for others to see, particularly maybe when you are drafting contract conditions, you have an issue here, you can mark it out and just make. But the thing is that beyond what probably Adobe allows you. Adobe also has the markup feature. This is in a project environment. That is the advantage that Bluebeam Review gives to you. It's in a project environment. Everybody sees it, everybody understands it, and everybody can work on it together. And then it also enhances collaboration and efficient document management. So it improves communication. That is the key thing about Bluebeam Review. And of course, I forgot to mention, Upwork has Upwork Academy, where you can learn some tools and some things that you need to use if you are subscribed to Upwork as one of the platforms. So it has Upwork Academy. And then Bluebeam Review also have what they call the Bluebeam University, which helps to train you, which helps to guide you and let you know how to make use of it. Even if you are not on a project, it can give you a digital environment where you are able to practice before you even get engaged in a particular project. And then finally, talking about these essential tools, there are more. I'm just mentioning essential tools. Procore is a project management system, basically project management. So it just helps you to monitor project, to follow through project, and to be able to see from conception to completion. So it manages the process workflow very well. So this one, as a firm, you need to subscribe and then bring in your freelancers to be able to work with you. And as an individual, that's somebody that is actually freelancing, they will need to add you to a Procore platform so that you can work with them on the project. So you see, there are two ways to it. If you're a client or if you're a freelancer. Freelancer, they add you to it. You don't need to pay to be able to participate in the project because the client needs to get that facility running. But as a client, if you are the one, as a QS, you are looking for other people to work with you on the project, you need to subscribe and then you now add users. So on particular projects. So their pricing depends on the value of a project. I think the minimum is between $0 and $50 million or thereabout, which I believe covers most of the projects that we have in our country, most anyway. So it is an intelligent platform, very, very versatile, very, very intuitive. If you have been involved in any project where they have a system for running online, you'll be familiar with this kind of a thing. So it's not particularly new, but you just need to learn their own peculiar system. What are the strategies for effectively navigating this online labor market? Number one, we talked about the functions, you have the user profile and the things you need to do. So you need to optimize your profile. This is very, very important because you will not have the opportunity to sell a pitch to the client. It is what they see that they are going to use. That's what they're going to run with. So your profile needs to be comprehensive. It has to be comprehensive. It doesn't need to be verbose. You need to be careful so that somebody can quickly look at it and understand what you have to offer. And then you need to also build a strong portfolio, the projects that you have done, client testimonials. So once you're involved in the project, you try and get the client to give a review or a feedback, and it can go on as a client testimonial. That's why it is important that you always get the job done right so that you can get the necessary testimonial. And then, of course, effective bidding. You need to be able to understand how to put in an effective bid, a bid that is going to give you the best possible outcome. And then, of course, you need to continue learning, continuous learning. We're still going to be looking at this later. Continuous learning. This is key because some of the online tools I mentioned, they upgrade. So once they have released maybe a different version, you need to be familiar with it. I remember the challenge I had when MS Project moved from 2016, I think 2017 or 2019. They changed the whole GUI, graphical user interface. It was a total change. It was quite a challenge for me to migrate to the new one. So, but if you want to continue using the tool, you need to learn and make use of it. And then, of course, networking, relationship building, that's very, very key. You need to keep network and build relationship. You need to leverage on technology, like you have mentioned. Everything is happening online, so you need to leverage on technology. Leverage on technology. Make sure that you know what is happening. You understand the processes. You are flowing with it. That's very key. You understand what they are saying when they are talking about things. For example, we're talking about sustainable practice and all that. Maybe you have a project where they are very much into sustainability. You need to be able to understand what are technologies that are available for you to use. We have one we call one-click LCA, which you can use to do life cycle assessment. You need to understand how the carbon database. You need to understand all those things in case you get involved in a project that deals with sustainability. You need to understand the market dynamics. Like I said, you conduct regular market research. You need to understand what is happening, what are people charging. As our currency fluctuates, you need to understand how it affects your pricing so that you adjust accordingly. Don't price yourself out. That's very important. And then, of course, quality assurance. You need to consistently deliver high quality work, and you actively seek client feedback. You need to get client feedback. One of the reasons why you need this is because most of us might be familiar with the standard of working in our country. You don't understand, or you're not familiar with the standard of work in that other country. Like we said, there are different jobs can come from any country. I remember recently, somebody gave me a feedback. We did a project here in the country, but it was the clients. It's an organization, a donor agency from another country, and then after we finished our project, another document came to him from another project after maybe a year or 2 years. And he began to say that, how come that the standard of these documents are so different? But you see, there's somebody, if there's a technical person on the client side, they'll be able to say, no, this project or this deliverable does not meet the standard. And that's a very negative feedback that you can get. And of course, cultural adaptation. You need to adapt, like I mentioned earlier. You need to understand the culture and the people you are dealing with so that you make the most of the opportunity and the projects that you are working on. Okay, I'm showing here some screenshots from Procore. Like I mentioned earlier, when you go to Procore, and I'm approaching it as a client now, you go to Procore, it will ask you, are you a main contractor? Are you an owner? Or are you a subcontractor? So most likely, if you are going in as maybe a consultant, you might be picking being an owner, because you are going to be engaging other people to come and work for you. And then after that, it also asks you, what are you really interested in? Project management, quality and safety. So you see, Procore is a very wide suit. It covers a lot of things. Is it financial management that you are more interested in, or what? It's asking this so that they can tailor the product to your own need. So as you are picking this, it is trying to tailor to your need, and it's also going to price according to the things that you have requested. So for you to use the software, that's Procore, you need to tell them what you want to do. They're going to ask you, what is your company, your turnover, so they know how to adapt it to suit you, so that they don't charge you too much. They are also concerned about their pricing. And then, of course, you also need to now make decisions and some other things that you want. If you are making a quote, what is it that you are really interested in? Some custom quotes, they are going to ask you questions that they can be able to send in their quotes to you. And then, of course, like I said, the kind of projects that you're going to be involved in, or the value of the projects that you're going to be involved in. So they ask all these questions to be able to show or to tailor their quotes to you, for you to make use of this Procore tool. That is one example. That's for the tool. This other one is about Upwork, which I mentioned earlier. Upwork now, what you're seeing on screen, it's a screenshot of some of my own interaction, just for demonstration purpose. So you see that my profile is there on that left side of the screen. It shows my profile. The next image graph that is to the right is a particular project that they are seeking for freelancers to engage in. And this one is just to be able to establish a critical path in a program. So projects can be as simple as this. Okay, we have a project, we have a program. Can you help us establish a critical path with this and this information? So it could be as simple as this. That's a job there for you. So for us as quantity surveyors, some of us are very versatile in the use of MS Project. Some, it could be that they want you to use Primavera, depending on what they have at their own up end. Usually they will dictate, that's the clients now, usually will dictate the manner in which you are going to deliver, or you are going to submit your deliverable, the standard that they expect. So, but we know that generally those involved in project scheduling, project management, you can always work between the two. You can move things from here to the other side using Excel in between to gather your data. So you know that you can always find a way around it. But these are things that you need to know. So it facilitates, like I say, global connection between quantity surveyors and clients, and it fosters collaborative work. But Upwork, like I mentioned earlier, gives you an added advantage that they have an academy or a training system, that if you are deficient in a particular skill, you can go and train. And once you do it on their platform, it is added to your badge as your skill set. So it appears on your profile that this person is proficient in this or is proficient. Some of us on LinkedIn, you know that LinkedIn also has that facility that if you do some training through LinkedIn, it will become a badge that people can see and know that, okay, you have been tested, you know how to deal with things like this. How many more minutes do I have, please?
No,
15 more minutes.
Sorry?
You have 15 more minutes, sir.
15. Okay, great. Let me just rush through now. Let me rush through. All right. Okay.
But I'll suggest you don't rush through. You have the whole day, so you can continue talking. Yes.
All right. No problem. Okay. No problem. All right. What I wanted to do, okay, let me go through this and then I will share my screen to show some of these things I'm talking about, even though I've done a screen grab for us to see here. This is Freelancer. One of the things that I decided to point out here is that there's a provision to know the kind of language you speak. So for some of us that didn't want to learn other foreign languages, it is going to be a drawback for you here because some projects might actually have maybe a team leader who is French speaking. So when it's looking at your profile and you don't speak French, most likely you will prefer somebody that speaks French. It's just like you do on normal traditional projects that if you want to engage, you want to recruit someone, you want to know, okay, does this speak this language? Do you speak it because your project is in a particular location? Sometimes this comes up also because it eases communication. If you are speaking the same language, of course, it eases communication. And then, of course, you are also able to set up some parameters as per what you want. Okay, let me go through this. I will come back to this later when I share my screen. I'll just show you my desktop and show you some things. What are the actionable plans that you need to integrate online labor market practices? Like we said, actionable now. I've told you some of the strategies, I've told you the functioning, I've told you the tools. So how does this all come into an actionable plan? Number one, your profile development and optimization. If you are not so familiar or you don't know how to do your profile, I can give you a very good, what I say now, advice. Just go online and read about other people's profiles so you have an idea of how yours should be. So I'll just list them here, but I will now go into them one by one. So profile optimization or profile development, you need to create and maintain a detailed one. So you need to update from time to time, particularly as you get involved in more projects, update your profile, let it show the things that you are doing. And then, of course, one of the steps you need to do is to highlight your qualifications, your certifications, relevant experience. You need to highlight them. Those are very key because that's what they're going to use to assess you or the kind of service you are able to bring. And then include the professional photo. Underline professional photo. I know if you need to go to a photo studio, please do use a professional photo. And then, of course, your summary, apart from your profile, there's a summary where they just look at you briefly to know what your compelling summary. You need to focus on the key things and service that you want to provide. Even as a client, you need to be able to say, look, we are a quantity surveying firm that is involved in so and so kind of projects, and we are looking to expand, and we want to increase our diversity. That could be so that people that are not even from your local place will see that, okay, you have a desire to create more inclusivity and diversity, so they feel more likely or more inclined to either apply or even price at to give a lower bid so that it can be involved because they know that you are open to diversity. And then, of course, what's the outcome? It enhances your visibility and attractiveness. Okay, we talked about market research and trend analysis. You need to understand what is happening. You need to be able to leverage on the information of what is happening. Some of us have heard so much about this particular issue that we have in Nigeria, our refinery issue. Let me just say the refinery, Dangote refinery, and the things that have happened. Some of the things that propped up is because probably there is some gap in the market research and trend analysis. The fact that you are bringing in a business does not mean that people are going to just jump on board. That's one thing you need to understand. So the fact that you actually have a service to render does not mean that they are going to just jump on board. There must be something that will separate you from the market. So you need to know trends, industry reports. You need to read about what organizations, institutions are saying about your market, construction market. You need to understand what the direction of where the market is going, so you can better position yourself to take advantage of the opportunities. It is very clear now from the last 2 days that if you want to be a player in the market of the future, you must have digital skills. You must have digital skills. I'm going to show you something later. Even myself, over the past 1 month now, even though I'm familiar with some of these things, I decided to do some online training just to refresh my memory. So I'm very familiar with what is happening, and I remember the things that I've been taught. So that is very important. And then what is the outcome? It helps you to make informed decision. It helps you to make informed decision. Yes, good. What I just mentioned now, skill enhancement and continuous learning. If, of course, I believe that some of us might have access to this slide. If you look at the bottom of my slide, there is a URL there. That URL is one I just referred to now, that for the past 1 month, somehow I just stumbled upon it. I was trying to learn some things. I stumbled upon it. This website belongs to New South Wales in Australia. They have some courses there that are free of charge. Maybe it has been there for long, I don't know. But for now, it is free of charge. So I've quickly subscribed to about 6 of them. And I've done 3, I think. I've done 3 of them. One is Introduction to BIM. Another one is Contract Administration. The other one is on sustainability. I'm sure people will ask questions about this. So let me just continue. We'll talk about it later. So continuous learning and skill development is very, very important to make sure that you remain relevant. The outcome is that you improve your skills and your qualifications, and you are opening yourself to better project opportunities. So what about effective bidding and proposal writing? Remember that we're talking about actionable strategies, actionable points, what you need to work on. So how good are you at effective bidding and proposal writing? Do you need to take a course? Please do. Do you need to talk to somebody that you believe has better understanding or is more familiar with this terrain? Find out who the person is and have that discussion so that you are better prepared. How should I submit my bid for this? What are the things that I should look at? One thing I can quickly give us as an advice is that before you submit a bid, look at the other bidders. Some of them are open. You see the way they are speaking about themselves or how they are approaching the client. Find out something that makes you stand out from the rest, and then you do that when you are doing your own bid or proposal writing. It's very, very important, because the success of your bid, it relies a lot on how you come across in the bid proposal that you have submitted. Utilizing of project management tools, the action that you need to take. Integrate project management tools to streamline your workflow and enhance your efficiency. Find out what you need to do to make this work less laborious, in the sense that what you can use a tool to accomplish, don't try to use your strength to accomplish it. The world that we are in is digital. There is no point. Recently, I was having a back and forth with somebody, and he was doing some calculations, and when he was sending it to me, he did it in shorthand, as in writing it out on paper. I said, this thing, I just do it on Excel. I just put the parameters there and all that, and I send it to him. Oh, these are the calculations. Why do I need to do it on paper? Because if I need to make an adjustment on paper, it takes me longer. We know this, so utilize project management tools. Use the tools that are available. Maximize your efficiency and impact. Very important. Some of the things that you need is like Primavera, I mentioned it. There's one called Astra Project. I've been very familiar with Primavera and Microsoft Project, but about 2 years ago now, I came across the Astra Project, and most of the people that have used it, I haven't used it so much. I wanted to learn it, but I couldn't just get to it. They actually recommend Astra Project that is even more versatile than Primavera and Microsoft Project, because Astra Project was developed primarily for project management in the construction industry, so to speak. So that is much more versatile. It allows you to do a lot of things. It's more flexible to use, but you need to learn it, of course, but it's more flexible to use. So what's the outcome? If you engage, you take this step, you have improved project management, timely delivery, and of course, client satisfaction. And then, of course, learn to build and maintain client relationships. It's good if you win a bid, but it's better if you are a returning customer or a returning client, whichever the case may be. that you are able to maintain relationship, and not only because of yourself or for that particular business that you got engaged in or involved in, but for referral purposes. Sometimes you make more when you are referred. Some of the people that are even available on the online market, some of them might actually send to you directly. If they have your information, they just send to you directly because of referral. They might not waste their time going through the bidding process. Like I mentioned earlier, I got a mail this morning. I just sent it. Okay, this is a project that is ongoing. They expect me to put in a bid. Some of them will just send it. Some could be from the platform because of your involvement. And then to be able to do that, you need to maintain regular communication and then seek feedback. Let them know that you value their feedback. And then once they feel valued, they believe there is a connection, and that helps you a lot. Now, also, you need to learn to adapt to cultural and time zone differences. This is one of the things that we need to find a way to manage properly. If the client decides to call you when it is 1 a.m. here, you shouldn't be offended because that's his own working time over there. I'm just using that as illustration, of course, that if that's what happens, you need to find a way to balance it. Or some of us have been involved in meetings just because the other party or some of the team members are in a totally different time zone. You might have to be awake maybe 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in the morning to be able to participate in such meetings. So what do you need to do? Schedule your meetings. Make use of some of us, our phones, we don't use, even the phone that you have. Any appointment you have, put it on your calendar, on your phone. Set the reminders immediately. You have a deliverable in a month's time. Set reminders maybe on a weekly basis, depending on your own personal throughput. If you know, if I have 1 week notice, I'll be able to still deliver. You can set reminders, or maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The last one, maybe 3 days to that time. Set the reminder so that you are not caught unawares. Use communication tools, because we are not doing physical meetings. We are using Zoom now. Some people are connected that might be in a totally different time zone. So use this very well. What's the outcome? It helps to smooth communication and reduce misunderstandings. One thing I want to say is this. Please, if you are not clear about an issue, seek clarification. There's nothing wrong in asking questions. It's worse if you keep quiet and you go and assume. Some of us, particularly in our own client here, maybe we are used to assuming. I remember on a particular platform, WhatsApp platform, some people were saying, just give me this drawing, just give me, I said, no, you don't assume. If the other stakeholder that is supposed to provide that information has not, send a query. Let the person give you the information. Don't assume what is not stated. That's very key. Don't assume what is not stated. Because you are not working in the same physical location, it's quite easy for assumptions to fall through the cracks, and the implication will be very, very there. If you are physically co-located, maybe one way you are just having some discussion, that issue might just come up and then you address it. But this one, it might not happen likely. So don't make assumptions. Quality assurance, continuous improvement, like I mentioned, even in the deliverable, how you do your reporting, can you make it better? Can you make it simpler? Can you make it more impactful? That's very important. Can you check the system before it goes out from you? Is there a way to check the system? Some of us could also even fall victim of this. I remember one that happened to me not too long ago. One of the people involved in the project was not available. The aspect that person should have done, I decided to do it, and I overlooked some things. So it could happen to anybody. So that's why you need to, okay, this is the person that does this before. Can you get somebody else to do it so that you can still do your own overarching check on the document? You might not do it from scratch, but it's possible. Once they have developed the document, once you pick the document up, because you are operating at that level, you can quickly see some mistake, but you might not be able to actually put it from the scratch. So you need to be able to understand it so that you have good quality assurance and continuous improvement in the deliverables that are coming out from you. All right. So now, the issues that I want us to look at now, the supply and demand analysis. I want to say this, that one way to look at this is simply to carry out a search. To carry out a search and find out what is happening around. I was discussing with somebody not long ago, and I was saying, I know they don't have jobs in this area. No, he said, no, there are jobs in this sector. As a matter of fact, they are always getting requests for jobs in that particular, is another country. But on my own, I thought that there were no jobs there. I said, no, they are always requesting for people. So find out the supply and demand. You can easily do that online. Just a keyword search. Oh, vacancies, which some of us have done before. But vacancies, maybe your concentration has been in Nigeria. You can say vacancies in, let's say Ghana, for example. You quickly see, oh, what is the trend in Ghana? Okay, vacancies for quantity surveyors in, let's say, Qatar. Oh, this is, okay, I can gauge from the size of this market that there is an improvement or there is a demand. You can begin to now find where or how you can get involved in those markets. Then, very important, barrier identification and overcoming. How do you handle this? You need to be able to, first of all, identify the barrier. QS Chijioke, I believe, when he was talking about problem formulation, it's part of it that you need to understand what the problem is. A research that was carried out, which was presented at the World Built Environment Forum by the RICS, I think that was 2023, last year or 2022. I can't fully remember now. I came across the report that one of the key barriers to digital economy, digital market for us in the construction industry, the top one is lack of skilled workers, or the how will I put it now, the movement in the sense that when you have a skilled worker in an organization, they don't stay long. So that's one of the key barriers. So even when you want to get involved, the kind of people that can do the job might not be with you. So you must learn how to identify these barriers and how to be able to overcome them. And one of the issues is also low internet penetration. Low internet penetration. That's a challenge. Some people, where they are, they might have issues with internet. For example, while we were having this meeting, you notice when one person was being knocked off. That was because of the internet. The internet is available, but the penetration is not so good. So it could happen. While preparing for this, I was already hoping that I won't have this internet, because that's something that is common to us here. So that is one issue. And then, of course, looking at competition, fair competition. How am I going to be able to get the right price or the right bid to put in to make sure that I get the job? These are things you need to look at. Then, of course, in the way that some of the platforms are designed, are there biases in the platform that can actually stop you from getting involved in a particular project? Biases in the sense that the way the platform is structured, are they the kind of people that they're actually looking for or they want to be involved? Like I mentioned, my own perception, like I said, that particular platform seems to be more focused on a particular agent. Maybe it's Gen Y or Gen Z or something like that. They say maybe that's where their focus is. That's my perception, but I could be wrong. So you need to understand how your platform works. Or probably the platform is more focused on labor from a particular segment or sector. So you need to be able to understand that. Okay. So let me deal with this first. When we're talking about the profile essentials, you need to have a title that spotlights your skills. You need to have a headshot. The next screen I'm going to show, just to show you some people's own. So you can see a profile write-up about yourself. Then we are looking at I will have asked us on your own now, but because of our time, that, okay, what will you say about yourself in 4 lines? You can write it up on the platform now. That's on the Zoom platform. Just say, who are you? If I were to ask you a question, who are you in 4 lines as a professional? What will you say you can deliver in 4 lines? If you can do something like just put it on the Zoom, we'll take a look at it and see how our responses are. Okay, if I had to ask you, what's going to be your hourly rate? Don't forget, most likely it's going to be in dollars. So please take note of that. So if you want to charge hourly, how much is it going to be? Have you asked yourself that question? Can you do something and say, okay, this is what I think I will charge? And then what are your relevant skills? And what are your service categories? In what market do you want to play? In what service do you want to offer? What are the things that you want to do? You can just put that up. This is a snapshot of a particular, how will I put it now? This is from people per hour. When I logged in, their bot, that is their AI that mimics a customer service representative, just asked me, what is it that I'm interested in? And you see what I wrote there. I said, okay, I need quantity surveying gigs, people per hour, remember. And then, okay, what is my budget, or what kind of things do I want to do? It's asking me. And then after that, it now tells me some other people that are freelancers. So these people you are seeing there, that is their headshot. If I want to know a bit more about them, I'm acting like a client now that is seeking for freelancers. I'll now click on that particular person and see. If I am interested, I can communicate with them and deal directly. I might decide not to go through the bidding process. You see, this is a different option. So depending on how catching or captivating your profile is, I can decide to engage you directly without even going through the bidding process. Or else I'll go through the formal bidding process, even though it's on the online platform. And then, of course, the next one is from guru.com. You can see this is a screenshot from my own page there also. You can see I'm talking about $35 per hour. I'm not saying you should go and use that $5 per hour. I'm not seeing the responses on our platform yet, but we'll take a look at that when I take a break now. So, and some of these platforms, they are linked to your other platforms. That's why you have to be careful. Some of us, your Facebook, your LinkedIn, you need to begin to treat it as a business profile. You must be mindful of what you post and what you say about yourself, because some of the clients might actually go and look up who you are. I've heard of some people, not even, I remember it, not too long ago, I had this story. Somebody went to apply for a visa. I'm sure some of us are familiar with that. That some of the things that he posted on the internet, those are the things that were asking him, but oh, you said this, what do you mean by this and all that? So you have to be careful that this is an online platform. So which means that once they have your handle, they can go and find out who you are. And the other aspect is that it eases your profile setup, because you can easily write in or import your profile, particularly from LinkedIn. I believe LinkedIn is one that is more business oriented than the others. You can easily just import your profile from LinkedIn to make use of it on this platform. Then, of course, you have the Upwork also. All right. Before I conclude, let me quickly go to my screen and then show some of the things that I've been talking about so that we can have a better understanding. So let me just stop sharing so I can be able to go. Okay.
Robert, you, sir, go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'm trying to get the one that I need now. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet. Okay.
You have to click on share screen, sir.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Perfect. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, great, great. This is Freelancer, right? So you can see this is a client that is asking for a service, and this is particularly interesting because it's actually asking for a structural engineer. How can you, because we're talking about innovation, how can you even be able to tap into this? You have some colleagues that are structural engineers that don't know about this. Because you are a quant surveyor, this thing is being open to you. Some may not know. You can actually collaborate. You know, the collaboration, this open innovation is about collaboration. Oh, I've come across a job, and this is quite a very simple job. Actually, I'm going to show you the drawing, which I looked at. This is a very simple job. And the amounts that the client is even putting as a range, I say, so many people will do it even for less. Let me just say that for, you see, but some people are putting proposals. You can see here now. Let me open to the proposal. Yeah, okay, before I do that, this is a sketch design for you to see the kind of drawing that they are going to be given to you for you to work on. I'm going to open it because I have it open also, so that you have an understanding of what is expected from you. And of course, like I said, this particular client is in Australia. So for you to be able to get involved in this, you need to fill a form to show that the money they are going to pay is not staying in Australia. So some taxes are not going to be deducted from your pay. If not, the Australian government will deduct necessary taxes, vice versa, depending on the laws that we have and the treaty we have between the countries. So when you submit it, when you fill the form, they know how to treat all that. That's just for information sake. Now, let me see the skills that are required. You see CAD, building, architecture, civil engineering, structural engineering, and AutoCAD. Most of our engineers, most of our friends and our colleagues can operate most of these things, even if you might not be able to use it for structural design. But this is an opportunity. So what's the proposal? Let me see what others have sent in. You can still see my screen, right?
Yes, sir, we can still see your screen. Go ahead.
Great. So let me quickly bring us to this aspect. How many bids have come in? 39. What was the average bid? 1,070 Australian dollars, right? Who are those who have submitted? Quickly take note of this first person. His bid is sealed. So which means you cannot see what he has submitted, so that you cannot copy his bid. But some people, their bids are open, that you can see how much they have submitted. You can use it to do your own bid or to gauge what you should charge. Even though the range is from 750 to 1,500, but that don't get carried away with that range. Just look at what it will cost you in your own market to be able to deliver on that job. And as you are doing that, please take note of the standard that is expected in the market that you are delivering the job. So this is Australia. Their standards will be different from most of the standards that we see in Nigeria. The level of detail, the level of documentation will be different from what we have in Nigeria. So you should take note of that. So don't just assume the type of submission, sorry to say that most people do here. You don't think that that's the kind of document you submit. You might need to do a little bit more work. So these are different bids that are coming. This one is closing in about 5 days now, I believe. It's closing about, okay, no, that for that person, his own bid is open and it will close in 5 days. So everybody has their own bid. The way you have bid validity, you can submit your bid and put a validity to your bid. One reason for this is to put some kind of pressure on the client. So if he sees a bid that is low and is closing early, so is more inclined to quickly engage that person and have a discussion. So that's one of the advantages of this open system. But your bid validity tells the client how long he has. So if he decides to dilly-dally, he might just lose that opportunity. And you can see the array of people that are submitting their bids. This person is from Kenya, this is from India, this is from the United Kingdom, this is from Bangladesh, this is from England, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. And I want to say this for some of us that might not be really aware of that we have a lot of players from Asia, So, and you need to understand how their own pricing works. If you want to compete with them, you need to understand how their own pricing works. So please take note of that. So when you are bidding, you know who you are bidding against, and then prepare a very good bid. Let me quickly open. There's something okay, this one is just, okay. Now, this is freelancer. Like I said, you have a very good payment system, which is secured. This is the final payment page on my own. This is now, you have to verify your payment and all that. This is just for them, also for us to see. So you should not be afraid of not getting your money. The largest extent, you should get your money. This is from Upwork. Upwork has shown me, based on my profile and some of the things that I've put in, is showing me jobs that I might like. The jobs I might like based on the information I've provided. This one, the first one, is the government construction project estimation. Estimated budget is $75. So you begin to look at it. They'll give you an idea of how much they want to spend. Don't forget what I told us about Upwork Academy, that they have this facility where you can actually learn and then get certified with some micro skills so that it improves your profile. Construction takeoff. This is another one, construction quantity and cost estimation expert. Particularly for us that are young quantity surveyors, you discover that most of the jobs, from my own experience, are actually about concerning the lower level of jobs, taking off, planning, that's working with MS projects and stuff like that, bid preparation. But when you are talking about the higher level of expertise, maybe talking about claims and all that, they are not so popular on most of these platforms because those are specialized areas. So you need to know at what point you need to get into this market and how to maximize what is available in the market. All right. This is people per hour. You can see here too the type of jobs that are available. And some you have people that are making provision, providing the job, and some that are willing to offer the services. They are all available for you. Once you are registered, you begin to see some of this information. Some of them you search and streamline the content that you want. Say this one is Chartered Quantity Surveyor, BOQ, small and mega. This is what this person does. This is a freelancer now. He's a freelancer. Remember, I mentioned about your profile, social media, LinkedIn, Amazon, all those things, all those information, you need to be careful how you put yourself across. There is one I really want to show us. I'm trying to see if I can move this out of the way. Yeah, okay. Let me take this out of the way. Okay. Yeah. That particular job I showed us earlier, this is the draft drawing. I'm trying to remove this so it doesn't block it. This is a draft drawing. You can see the screen, right?
Yes, sir, we can see the screen.
All right, okay. This is a draft. Let me just start from the top. This is a draft drawing. You have your site plan, existing demolition plan, as we normally do. This is a sketch impression, is a proposed bungalow, as we call it here, but you have 3 units, but they are all joined together. And then this, but this job, like I mentioned to you, is for structural design. So which means that I have come across it. I can look for somebody now and say, oh, come on, can you go give me the structural design for this? But because I know the market that is going to, I can do a market research Remember, you need to do some research to understand. I can do a market research and find out the kind of and level of detailing they require. So whoever I'm commissioning to do it, I have bidded and they are paying me so much. I know how much I can pay somebody else. I can now tell them, look, these are the deliverables I expect from you. Collaboration, innovation. So it's not only about what you alone can do, but what we can do as a group, as a team. Some of us from here, you don't have the money to go and rent an office, but you have colleagues. You can decide to be a virtual team and say, look, you are an architect. I'm a QS. We don't have money for an office, particularly the young ones. But see, there is this market that is available. Whichever one I come across, if it's an architectural job, I push it to him. Oh, how can we do this? If it's a quantity job, he gets it, he pushes to me. How can I do this? How can I get involved? And you are able to make the most out of these possibilities. Remember, I said that open innovation is about products, about process, and about people. Products, what is it they're asking for? It's a structural design. Process is are we going to do it, right? Okay, I know somebody knows more about Tekla. For example, Tekla is used for structural design. That's a software for structural design. I don't know anything about Tekla, but I have a friend that is an expert. Oh, good. This is what we need to do. And it's about people. I can choose on this same project, on this same item now, I can actually be operating as a project manager. I just get the people that can do it, and then we're able to deliver. At the end of the day, we share the money if that's what it takes. And then everybody is happy. Because that is the whole essence. After going through this training, how does it impact your ability to deliver as a professional and also as a person? Does it help your finances? I mentioned a website in New Zealand. I'm sharing that screen now also. I put this is my own page there. These are trainings that are presently ongoing, and it is free of charge. These trainings are free of charge. I've been into sustainability, but I'm still going to do this introduction to sustainability in construction. Why? I want to refresh my memory. I want to refresh my knowledge. Oh, the role of building information modeling. I want to refresh my, okay. I interested in diversity and inclusion. So I want to do this course so that I understand how introduction to contract administration, whatever it is. And you see one aspect here that is about introduction to digital skills in construction. I've concluded this, I've concluded this, and I've concluded this. I've concluded 3 of them already. Introduction to digital skills in construction. Most of what we are talking about is about digital skills. So what are the possibilities? These are things that you can help by continuous improvement and continuous learning. Responsible artificial intelligence. We are talking about artificial intelligence. Kerstin, you talked about the ethics of artificial intelligence. What are the things that are required if you're going to introduce or use artificial intelligence? This is responsible artificial intelligence. This other training is about introduction to artificial intelligence. I'm showing you this. It's free. I'm going to take these courses because I want to improve myself. So I expect that even those of us that have this opportunity will also do the same thing. So I believe that with these things that I've been able to discuss with us and what I've shown us, that we are able to better appreciate the digital economy and the labor market that are available. So in conclusion, labor markets, digital labor markets, in particular online labor markets, it offers the possibility to expand our professional horizons. You don't need to work only in Nigeria or in a particular location where you are in. You can operate wherever with so many different people. And of course, we have been able to make us understand the landscape and how to adopt effective strategies that you can use to make the most of this online market. You as a quantity surveyor can unlock new opportunities and contribute to the evolving construction industry. As a quantity surveyor, there's nothing to limit you. What are the key takeaways? understand the optimal conditions for capitalizing on the labor market. One thing that's been emphasized for the past 2 days is your ability, your own competence. You need to improve on yourself. Recognize the benefits and also the challenges that come with it, and prepare and position yourself to maximize opportunities and mitigate the risk or the challenges. And then, of course, to continuously adapt and improve your online presence and skills. Thank you so very much. I will end this presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, QS Adebowale. Ladies and gentlemen, you can agree with me that QS Adebowale has done justice to this particular program. He has been on fire since morning. Ladies and gentlemen, from Monday, we've actually had a very, very, very interactive session, and it's been a cerebral session so far. The trainers have been awesome. Monday, we dealt with the introduction of open innovation, the quantity surveying perspective. We looked at problem formulation and iterative design for construction estimates. That was handled by QSCJ. Yesterday, we handled context for managing open innovation in construction estimates and user innovation and communities. And today, that was done by QS Ifeanyi. And today, QS Adebowale has looked at the open innovation labor markets, unlocking the potential of online labor markets for open innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, he has literally opened the floodgates for employment for everyone. Like, seriously, you have no excuse as a quantity surveyor to say you're looking for a job, because right now you literally have the jobs in your hands. So take the leap of faith, take the knowledge you've learned in this program and go for it. Okay, QS Juliet, we have you on the line. Thank you so much. You have the floor, please.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Obinna. So I don't know how to express this, but wow, it was an interesting one. I learned a lot. See, I'm very sure that a whole lot of persons have, even as you're lecturing, they're already on their screens trying to, browse or check up on all the things that you had to put up. Personally, me, I had to even go, I think I copied the website for those free courses, because I saw the courses there and they are so educating. Thank you so much, QS Oyilere, for putting up a great work. We are going to have persons attended this event. We are sure that over 50 persons are going to become freelancers from today, because they will go and register. Thank you so much for putting up a great job. We talked about online labor markets for quantity surveyors and navigating the digital economy. And of course, we're in the digital world, and as with clients seeking specific services. And I'm sure that, so I hope we are not going to have jobs after this lecture, because some persons may not want to be working 9 to 5 any longer. They would want to, sit at home and also do their job instead of working. And it's actually a good one. You talked about the benefits of being a freelancer, the benefits of going into the digital world. We have the global reach. It gives you global reach. And I would say personally, on my own self, using LinkedIn, which is a platform, it has given me more of a global reach than the normal WhatsApp and all other social media platforms. It gives you flexibility, skill enhancement, and you're aware of the market you're going into. Now, you talked about the challenges which you may have. Competition, certainly you're not the only person on that platform. And as such, you have to be up and doing. And quality control is also one of the challenges that you may likely have as a freelancer, and communication barriers, because sometimes when you need to respond to certain things, you may be asleep based on your Nigerian time, and they may be awake based on their own time. And you also talked about the key platforms for quantity surveyors, We have the freelancer.com, the Upwork, Fiverr, People Per Hour, Guru. We also have Freelancer, and we also have TopTal. But those ones are just upcoming platforms for freelancers that we can actually work on. So as your quantity surveyors, even as our senior colleagues, it's very important to stay updated to this platform, because with this kind of opportunity, while waiting for your 9-to-5 job to pay you, maybe after work, you have your side hustle, because you have to call them your side hustle, because it's necessary that you have work, you have other things that gives you money aside it. And one of the good benefits of these platforms, because I know Upwork very well, it gives you a platform where you have to earn in other currencies and not just in Nigerian currency. And you know what that means in Nigeria here. So it's actually a good platform for quantity surveyors, especially upcoming quantity surveyors, maybe students. They can leverage on that and get 1 or 2 into their pockets. Now,
Juliet, can you hear me? I think she's currently having some slight glitch in network. Hello?
So just take on, please. Uzo.
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, QS Adebowale has done due justice. And hello?
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you. Like, if your network is giving you challenges, Uzo can step in so that we don't bore the people. Just try as much as you can. But if your network is having issues, so we don't have breaking transmission. Okay?
Yes,
all right.
ma'am.
All right.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Okay, he talked about the essential tools, which we have the Microsoft Excel and the CostX, the PlanSwift, the Bluebeam Review, the Procore, and he talked about other communication tools that you can use.
Ladies and gentlemen, QS Juliet will be back with us shortly.
All right, the CostX, the PlanSwift, and the Bluebeam Procore. So he also
hello, everyone. Just kicking off from where QS Juliet left off and reiterating everything that QS Adebowale has said. He took out the time to give us a step-by-step breakdown of the necessary tools and mechanisms we as professionals in the built environment need to actually take up online labor markets. He talked about the benefits and challenges. He talked about the key platforms for quantity surveyors, which includes Freelancer, Upwork, Fiverr, People Per Hour, and Guru. He took us step-by-step details going through the profile creation for each of these. Enlightening and exciting for me because it gives you leverage. When I mean leverage, it gives you big time leverage to step into the labor market, take charge. And right now, like QS Juliet said, We currently know the dollar naira conversion rate. So imagine being paid for a job, let's say $750. That's a whole lot of money right now in naira. And you can do this at the comfort of your home. Remote work is the way to go. And we've been talking about open innovation since Tuesday. And everything we've said is to make you a better version of a quantity surveyor that is ready for the 2024-2025 labor market globally. The Open Innovation Program gives you not just knowledge to practice in Nigeria, but to practice globally. And with the case studies that have been shared by our trainers since Tuesday, day 1, day 2, and today, you can actually see that there are a lot of people that are currently practicing open innovation in their various fields. And as quantity surveyors in Nigeria, let's be the pioneers for this innovation. Let's be the pioneers for this platform. Let's take maximum advantage of everything. He also talked about creating user profiles. Your profile is very important. He talked about sharing information online because whatever you share can be assessed by your potential employers, by your potential clients. So it's very important to look at what you post out there on your social media platform. Be mindful of what you do. Be deliberate in what you post. So it's very important as quantity surveyors and built environment professionals to take note of all these things. He also talked about the strategies to effectively navigate online labor markets. This was the key aspect of this particular training for me because it took a step-by-step of what you need to do: profile optimization, building a strong portfolio, effective bidding, continuous talking, and relationship building. Remember yesterday we talked about user communities. And in every aspect of our work as professionals in the built environment, we deal with communities. You're dealing with an architect, you're dealing with a civil engineer, you're dealing with a construction engineer, you're dealing with a building engineer, you're dealing with masons, and so many other professionals within the built environment. So networking is very important. Continuous learning is very important. And with what Adiji said yesterday, professional development is very important. Kiyosa Adebowale also talked about leveraging technology, understanding market dynamics, quality assurance, cultural adaptation. Ladies and gentlemen, so far so good. Kiyosa Adebowale showed that he's not just telling us theoretical things. These are things that he has practiced. And in some of the profiles that he showed us, you could actually see that it was his own personal profile on some of these platforms. So ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question right now for this particular session that we have done, please raise your hand and you'll be brought forth to ask your questions, please. Thank you very much. Kiyosa Adebowale, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have a question, raise your hand for this particular first session before we go into the second session. Raise your hand and you'll be brought forth to ask a question. Okay, while we are waiting for the participants who are currently dropping questions in the Q&A aspect of this Zoom platform, I have one question which everyone I know must be thinking about. And even though you addressed it, but I think we need to throw more light on it because being adaptable or adaptability is the key way to go regarding innovation. And one of the key constraints about working remotely is the time zone difference and then the cultural interface or the culture shock as we may have. So Kiyosa Adebowale, from your practical experience and perspective, how would a Nigerian QS who is starting up their career be able to navigate these challenges regarding adaptability towards the culture shock, working in a remote environment and having colleagues from Japan, China, Canada, Europe, America, South Africa, and the rest? How would you recommend quantity surveyors to navigate this dynamic workspace? Please, Kiyosa Adebowale, your response, please.
All right. Thank you for that question. I recall that some time ago, maybe 15 or so years ago, there's what they used to call midnight call or something like that, that people got used to in the country, that because they want to make calls, they will not stay awake from, is it starting from 12 a.m. or something like that, around 6. People adapt when they can associate value to it. That's the important thing. Once they associate value to it, people will adapt. If you feel that, the timing is not so good for me, I can just, if I were to do a quick survey, I say, okay, how many of you can stay awake for the next 3 days? I want us to discuss something between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Maybe nobody will respond. But if I say, okay, for those who are going to connect, I'm going to pay each one of them 500,000 naira. What do you think will happen? People will say they will be available because of the value. That is just it. So if you get a job that you believe, and one thing I want us to look at is this: there is the financial value and there is the knowledge value that is associated with any of these jobs that you get involved in. Sometimes it's the financial value that takes priority. Sometimes it's the knowledge value. There are some jobs, even within the country, that I've been involved in, where the main incentive was the opportunity of working with some people that I've not worked with before. That was the value. It wasn't the financial aspect, really. But okay, I mean, there are some projects I've been involved in. For example, most of the time when I started working, I was working with all these buildings, maybe university, hostel, and so. But there was a time when an issue came up that they wanted to do a warehouse, and not just an ordinary warehouse. Of course, I started from the simple warehouse. The next time they wanted to do a zonal warehouse, a cold room. The next time they wanted to do something bigger. So those opportunities are more important. The knowledge that I gain from them are more important than even the financial aspect. So when we're talking about this time difference, you can easily overcome it when you are able to associate a value that is beyond the inconvenience, so to speak. That is one way to look at it. And then the other side, the other way to look at it is this, that look, if your mindset is to be globally relevant, then you must collapse the idea of your normal 24-hour system where you are located. You need to collapse that idea and begin to see that when I'm working on this project, somebody else might just be waking up when I'm going to bed. So you begin to have that idea that work can be done almost anywhere. And then one of the things that I think we should also do, I'm talking even as, except particularly maybe if you are employed, it might be a bit difficult, but as an employer, you should begin to change the system with which you work. Some of the things that I say came out from the COVID-19 was it forced us to begin to learn how to telecommute and to be able to work from home. The home office, we have been hearing it before, but we thought home office, who is going to do it? But somehow we were forced to now begin to do home office work. So once we are doing it at the home level.
Yeah, please.
Hello. Once you are able to train yourself on that, even when you get involved with some of these international jobs, you are already used to that system of work. I think start with where you are, build up, put value on things that are more important to you, and you will be able to overlook some of the inconveniences that come with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, QS Adebowale. Thank you for throwing light to that. We have one question from QS Demidi.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, QS Adebowale, for that very awesome presentation. It's always a delight listening to you speak and learning from you, because we always know that you come prepared with value upon value. So my question is about, I have two questions actually, one on the Astra project. So I'm also a bit familiar with Primavera. However, Astra project is really new. And I just wanted to ask that, is there like a, how do you get access to it? Do you buy the license just like you do with Primavera? Or is there a free version? That's my first question. And then the second question is on the case study that you shared with us, where somebody was asking for, had like a project, throwing it out there for a project where they're seeking structural engineers to design, and then you go ahead and cost. And I know you did mention that we should take caution and make note of the country that the question or the project is being domiciled, because each country has its different rules and regulations regarding its profession. So I wanted to ask, what's your advice to beginners, for someone that is about to commence the online journey of online work and all that? Because I'm in Nigeria, for instance, and all I know is the Nigerian rules and regulations with regards to costing and evaluations for now. And maybe by extension, the rules and regulations regarding design for engineers, because my friends are engineers in Nigeria. So how do you advise, or what kind of advice would you give for us to get familiar with designs from abroad or from different countries? Because for us to tap into that kind of question or that kind of stage, we need to be able to understand the different rules and regulations that surround designs, infrastructural designs, engineering designs, and all that. Because if we do not know that, then we're already constrained in answering or bidding for those kind of jobs. So how do you advise for us to start? Because there has to be a way that we can work. Are there like international bodies that we can join, or are there like websites that we can go to throw out questions or to throw out observations and seek clarity? Yes, thank you. Again, thank you again to NIQS and the Audrey Foundation for putting this together.
Okay, do I respond to that first before the next one?
Okay, QS Adibowale will just want to take up all the questions.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. We just have one more question from QS Femi Balogun. QS Femi Balogun, please, we'll just take all the questions at once so that QS Uyile can respond to all the questions at the same time, please. QS Femi, you have the floor, please.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, I want to thank the NIQS Foundation for the continuation of this program. I equally want to thank the DG of the foundation and all the staff of the foundation for a job well done. I also want to thank QS Adebowale Onyileye. He's a very good brother of mine. I have been wondering why his face is shining during this very difficult time when in Nigeria. But now it's very clear to me that I know where he's getting his money from. So thank you for all the training you have taken us through today. We really enjoyed it. I'm just thinking, that some of the things that you have discussed on this platform today are some of the things we do, but without using a digital platform to execute them over the years. Severally, sometimes you have a client that wants to give you some jobs, and either you think that the overhead costs you have will be too high for such a job, or that you are so busy with other assignments now and you don't really have the staff, the excess capacity to do with that job. What we normally do is to ask for a QS that can do some job for maybe 1 week or 2 weeks or 1 month or 2 months, and they get paid. So you have put this thing on a platform now, a global platform, which makes it so easy for us. And I want to thank you for that. But most of the things you have done are the ones that the jobs are things you can do without visiting the site. Do you want to comment on an area whereby you need somebody to do a job, but it is not everything done remotely? The person may have to visit the site and do some things and come back to present a report. This your discussion, does it cover those areas? I would like you to respond to that. Secondly, there is something they call garbage in, garbage out in computer science or IT generally. And that means that because we need to equally let people know that what you are selling is the skill. Yes, you have digital platform, you have digital software available to you to do some of the operations you are doing. But what essentially you are selling is the skill that you have acquired. And until you acquire those skills, you will not be useful in this scheme. So two things. Number one, it is good for younger ones to understand that it is not when you just jump out of school, then you begin to do some of these things. You need to acquire skill. And that brings about mentoring. You need to be under somebody that can help you to acquire the necessary skills. There is something they are doing in computer science and IT now in Nigeria. In Nigeria, it's all over the world, actually. There is a website that is called hng.tech, hng.tech. And they provide a platform for internship. Now, if you are an IT person in any area of IT and you don't have the necessary skill, you want to top it up. Yes, Onyilaya has told us how you can use a website to get some more training. But some of those trainings, many of them are more theoretical than being practical. What I mean is that, like in hng.tech, what they do is that they bring out a case study. It is not about theory. It's bringing out a case scenario, and they now put you on it with the guidance of some mentors who have the experience and knowledge. They'll be able to take you through the process. So is it possible to have something like that in Nigeria to support the younger ones who are yet to acquire the skill, and they may not necessarily have this skill because probably nobody is ready to employ them because there is a problem with employment in the country, but they need to acquire the skills. So can we have something like that, hng.tech platform, whereby we can create a platform, a kind of a case studies in some of these areas, and they will now be brought in to acquire those experiences. Once again, I really have to thank you. Thank you so very much, and thank everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, QS Balogu. QS Oyile will be responding to everyone's questions at the same time. Okay, we have a couple of hands raised from the attendees. QS Ahmed Mohammed, kindly unmute yourself and ask your question, please. QS Ahmed Mohammed.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your hands are raised. Please ask your question.
Yes, my question was just, it's about the accessibility to the software such as Cortex and PlanSwift. So yes, currently I'm having issue installing the PlanSwift on my laptop. And again, the installation, is there any platform after the installation? And I know this field is, as a person that is very busy, you don't have time, you're always busy with tasks and the likes. So how can you train yourself? Is there any platform where you can train yourself on each of these platforms, either Cortex, PlanSwift, where you can get the training of how to use it? You know, it's one thing to get the software, it's another thing to know how to operate it. So how do you get that knowledge of to operate it to ease your task? That was my question.
Okay, thank you very much, QS Ahmed Mohammed. Your question will be addressed shortly by QS Oyileye. We have another question. QS Hafiz Adeni Adedoku. Please ask your question, please.
All right.
QS Hafiz Adeni Adedoku, okay, you have the floor.
Kindly confirm if you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear, please.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Good afternoon. And first of all,
You're
let me
welcome.
thank the organization, the NYQS Foundation, and also the speakers. Okay, just a quick one to QS Adebowale. My question goes thus, please, how do we deal with the challenges of clients not fully giving priority to freelancers from Nigeria? Because as a freelancer, I've noticed for some time that once you are a freelancer from Nigeria, there's always this priority given to other freelancers outside the country. Because as a foreign client, yeah, for them to give a niche out or for them to patronize your niche or your gig, they do prefer giving it or choosing people from outside the country, whereby they are also giving the same services, just like you from Nigeria. And that's a big challenge. So I'm looking at how do we manage these challenges? Because there's this illegal way of bypassing the location someone is via using perhaps maybe VPN to change your location from Nigeria to maybe other countries. But so for the proper way, how can we go about this challenge? Thank you. And that will be all.
Okay, thank you very much, QS Hafiz Adeniyi Adedoku. QS Adebowale will respond to your question shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly make your questions snappy. We have another question from Mohammed Yus Suleiman. Please go ahead and ask your question, please. QS Mohammed Yus Suleiman, go ahead and ask your question, please.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
I think my question goes like this. It's about the what is it called? Digital tools for enhanced green building cost analysis. It talks about construction economics, building economics, and all like that. So I want to get more information on the application of building information modeling, life cycle cost analysis software, and then energy simulation tools in construction projects, going construction economics, please.
Okay, no problem. I believe your question is actually for yesterday's session, but no problem. I think we'll find a way around it. Thank you very much, QS Mohammed.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the question yesterday, but I ran out of battery and I wasn't able to complete the class. So, and I think the resource person for today, he made mention of it earlier when he was mentioning the relevant softwares like PlanSwift, Bluebeam, and Procure. So I want to know more about, I want to get more information about it, like the application of building information modeling, life cycle cost analysis, their softwares, and energy simulation tools in regard to construction.
No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your question will be attended shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another question. Olonoyi, we have a question from QS Oloniyo Samson Tokwe. QS Oloniyo Samson Tokwe, you have the floor, please. Kindly unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning. Please, your background is very noisy. Could you move away to a more quiet place, please? QS Oloni Samson Tokwe, kindly make your environment less noisy, please. Thank you very much. You can ask your question.
Yeah. This is a very good enlightenment. I have an opportunity to be on this platform today, even though I've been trying to log in for like 2 days. But as a result of network, I was unable to be on this platform. One of my questions is, in summary, before the end of this program, if you can summarize the topic for the last 2 days in relevance with today's topic, because the topic today is a very good enlightenment to the upcoming quantities of wealth in terms of the network introducing from the guest speaker, the Excel, the cost edge, Bluebeam, plans.
QS Samson Tokwe, thank you very much. Your background is very noisy, but if I got you clearly, you're asking for a brief summary of the topics from Tuesday, Wednesday, and how they connect to today's topic. If you had actually paid attention, or if you had actually paid attention from the get-go, you'd actually understand that we've been giving overviews of everything we've done since Tuesday, Wednesday, and how they correlate with this one. It's a step-by-step program, and it's designed in such a way that any and everyone following it can actually understand it. The YouTube channel for the foundation actually has the links to the first and second day session, so you can actually follow that up from there. Thank you very much. Okay, QS Adebowale, please, you have the floor. In the absence of any other questions, please go ahead and respond to the questions so far, please. Thank you very much, QS Adebowale.
Okay, thank you so much. And I think I got done about 5 questions. I think one is more like a comment. So let me take it one after the other. The first one about the Astra Power Project. The question was whether there's a free or trial. I posted the response to that on the Q&A on the chat platform. So it's actually, there's a free trial available. You can go there and use it. It's cloud-based, so you can either use it directly online. So I think that resolves that particular aspect. Then the second aspect of that first question from QS Demide was about, okay, concerning the case study and similar projects, that how are you able to deliver where the probably standards differ from country to country? Good. One of the ways by which you can handle that is on your own. You can read up or make desktop research to find out what are the conditions there. Most of the codes in different countries, you can actually have access to them online, most of them. And in some cases, I believe also once you are engaged with the client, they can also give you particular information on some things that you need to take note of. Although there is a challenge, because like somebody asked that some clients don't want to, for one reason or the other, to engage Nigerian freelancers. They might have their reason. One of the reasons could be because of the bid. Your bid, maybe it's high, you may never know, but let's assume that your bid was okay. The other question would be that if they have another freelancer who seems to be operating within the kind of construction market where they are in, they might be more comfortable actually using that kind of a person. It's a normal behavioral pattern for a man or from people that are more comfortable with something that is familiar. So probably from Nigeria, I bidded, I said, I'm going to do this take off. And then somebody from maybe India, and the project is based in India. If our bid are not substantially different, the person will prefer somebody that is in India because the person is more familiar. I believe the person is more familiar with the India market. And some of the bids that you might even see, they will also specify, for example, if you are doing bill of quantities, they must specify the standards that you will use. You know, we are familiar with our own BSMM. So if the project is not in Nigeria, definitely are not talking about the BSMM that we know. You might be talking about the NRM, or you might be talking about the POMI if it's more of the Gulf region and Asia. So you need to understand the one that they are using in that client. Some will tell you the one they expect you to follow to be able to deliver the project. So it could be because of that. And of course, it could also be because of the issue of the image that some people have about the country. Some people, the only information or the only thing they have at the back of their mind is that anything that has to do with Nigeria is most likely fraudulent. Unfortunately, that's what some people have at the back of their mind. So that could be another reason. So there are myriads of reasons, but you cannot just give up based on that. You just try your best and see the ones that you can get. So the second question now, I've done 3. The second question is from our senior QS here, my elder QS Femi Balogun. What do you do when the project or the job type requires somebody to be physically present somewhere? I would say, to summarize that, it will be that it defeats the purpose of the online market, because it's mainly for you to be able to do jobs remotely. But if you have to be somewhere physically, then that's a totally different thing. However, we should also look at the fact that that could also even be an opportunity in some ways. For example, they might want somebody to come and verify something. And if you are based in that place, then you are most likely going to be the one that they're going to choose, because you are based in that place where they require physical visit to a site or confirmation of some things. So it cuts both ways. So, but generally, online labor market is mainly for jobs that can be done remotely, where you don't have physical interaction. So, and then the other aspect, the mentorship opportunity. Well, I would say that personally, I would say that, okay, there are some people that you provide mentorship for, but the other side is that from the example that you gave, it is more an institutional thing. When I mean institutional, I'm not talking about whether it is NIQS or NIQS Foundation, but it's more an organized system. So it could even be that consulting firms in NIQS can decide that, okay, we want to set up a mentoring platform for young professionals. I know that is it ISEC or so? I think it's ISEC. They did something, but I don't know whether they've actually fully implemented it. But I know they were setting up a mentoring system for young professionals. So it could come up, but it's more an organizational thing, not a personal one. So maybe that will be more suited to maybe the NIQS Foundation. Maybe they can take up that challenge. All right. And then training on softwares. I can recall maybe last year or 2 years ago, there were some people that actually did trainings for people. And even yesterday or the day before yesterday, it was mentioned repeatedly that the YQSF and the WACSIN actually organized the training, where QS Chijioke was a main player in that training. And I wasn't part of it actually, but I know that maybe they specialize on particular software, maybe Navisworks or so. But I believe maybe there has been some training on even PlanSwift also. I think I've seen training on PlanSwift organized by whether the YQSF or the WACSIN or some other bodies, or even a chapter. So you just need to be associated with either chapters or some particular stakeholder group, and you become aware of these opportunities. So trainings are going on in the country, people do it, but if you need maybe personalized training, you can reach out to QS Chijioke, for example. You can reach out to QS Ayodele Faleye too. Those are the people that just come off my head. I know that are doing more of training on softwares like that. So you can reach out to any of them. And then the final one is about digital tools. When we're talking about green building, where do you, the issue is this: there are some of these digital tools that are actually free to use. Like the one-click LCA that I mentioned, that one is actually free to use online to an extent. But there is a level when you really want to do more specific and in-depth analysis, I think you have to subscribe and pay for that service. But for you to be familiar with it, you can, I think you can just go and register, and then you have access to get familiar with it. One-click LCA. I think that's the way, if you search it, you should be able to get that. And then there are others. We talked about energy simulation and all that. Mostly it's the engineers that carry out this aspect of work. So I believe they will have more information about that. So they'll be able to tell you if it's possible for you to do it free online. But something I need to tell us is this: there are some free softwares that are online, but they can only give you an idea of what you should do. It's not what you cannot use them to actually deliver a deliverable or to present a deliverable that is job specific. But you can just use it for an idea. I'll try and see if I can recall one where it's for structural analysis. It's online, it's free. So you can just go, you check some things, particularly for beams and columns and all that. But you can't use it and say that I'm going to use it to present a deliverable. It will not give you that level of specificity or granularity. So you need to get specific software to be able to do that. So you only need to search. For example, I told us that this free training that I discovered, I was actually preparing a training module for something else. So, but I thought, okay, let me find out. Can I get information from this? That's how I stumbled on that website. I've never heard of it before. If you spend enough time looking for knowledge, you will find it. That's what I can tell you. If you spend enough time, you will find what you are looking for, particularly on the internet. I believe that answers all the questions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, QS Adebowale, for taking the time to respond to all these questions. It's been a wonderful time. We actually have another question, a hand raised by Vivian Ebubeugo, QS. Vivian Ebubeugo. Kindly ask your question briefly before we go to the next session, please.
Actually, I don't have a question. I just want to use the opportunity to appreciate the organizers of this program, Celestina AK, and our guest speaker, Kies Oyinle. It has been a wonderful session, honestly, and I really appreciate the fact that our experienced colleagues are taking out the time to share with us their wealth of experience and knowledge, because most of us actually don't understand the importance of this seminar. So whenever I come across our resource person who freely give out knowledge like this, I just want to appreciate them specially. It's been a very interesting topic, honestly, talking about the profile development and optimization. I just want to kind of contribute the need for us to really emphasize on certain courses that the younger ones need to take. Courses like digital marketing, data analysis, you're talking about partnership, collaboration. Sometimes too, you also need to understand how to market yourself. Most of us don't really know how to market ourselves. We just come up and later begin to figure these things out. But some of us may not really be very privileged to understand that this is actually how the market works. But if we can, at the same time, while trying to mentor the younger ones, we can as well tell them certain courses they need to also take to improve on their other social skills that will help them to get into business management skills too. So that's just what I want to say. I really appreciate that. I've gained a lot. I always love, seminars like this, to help improve us. So I believe that one day we'll get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your contribution. We appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for the next session. QS Juliet, are you there, please?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Obina. Thank you so much, Kies Oyinle, for a great job. Before we go to the next one, I just want to leave us with a few words about profile optimization. I know that a lot of us have pictures. We can just take selfies and then post as our profile pictures. Please, I want to encourage us. It is actually very wrong. If you must take pictures, it should be a professional shoot, to at least, so that your client has to take you serious, because the first introduction of you is your picture. So it's necessary that you have a good profile picture for anything that you are doing. At least not maybe a too serious face. You can at least a smiley face, or it not that you are laughing or you take selfie wherever you find yourself. No, a professional shoot is okay for your profile optimization. You also have the details you have to fill in. Please don't write what you cannot do. Fill in what you know you can do, and fill in the things you probably may have done as well, because the digital world is also a very, very smart world. And then please, like Kies Oyinle had earlier said, I will also say it's your reflection of what you post. We saw someone who had talked about Zenith Bank and talked bad about Zenith Bank and had to apply for a job at Zenith Bank, they had to bring it back to him after so many years. So no matter what you do, what you post, a reflection of what you post on your social media platform. So thank you so much, KS Oyinleye, for a job well done. Thank you. So we're going to the next session, which is on the principles of adoption and scaling in quantity surveying and open innovation, which will still be given by our speaker, KS Oyinleye Adebowale Olushola. Thank you so much, sir. You can have the stage now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Juliet. Let me try and share my screen again. Yeah. Okay, I believe the screen is shared now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, good. Okay, good afternoon all once again. Oh, we're still in the morning. Okay, so it's not yet afternoon. Okay, so I'll be speaking to this topic, adoption and scaling in quantity surveying, particularly looking at implementing and expanding open innovation initiatives. We have been talking about open innovation to 2 days now, and we already understand what open innovation entails. And then, of course, the different initiatives that comes with it. We need to also look at this particular module is trying to bring home all the things we have talked about and see how you can actually set up a system where you make the most of all the possible opportunities that are there for you and making it sustainable. So, like I said earlier in the first presentation, that I'll be looking at it both from the perspective of the individual and also from the perspective of a firm or a group. So, because the open innovation can be applied or implemented both for you as an individual and also as a firm. So, as introduction, we know that adoption and scaling, it's very critical for you to sustain anything that you believe you want to continue or you want to sustain. You want to continue repeating to use it repeatedly. So you must find a way by which you are able to adopt all these things that we're talking about and then also to scale on them. So this module is designed to equip the quantity surveyors with the knowledge and skills necessary to effectively implement and expand upon the innovation initiatives, particularly within their organizations. But like I said, you can also implement it for yourself personally. You can develop it for yourself personally. We'll look at some examples of real-world cases or case studies of some projects that were done using the open innovation system, and then how they were able to scale it. And it's interesting because one of the case studies is about a particular system of collaboration. On that project, we have two designers, architectural, and then you have another set of contractors coming together, two contractors coming together on the same project. It's quite interesting, but it's a very wonderful case for us to see. Okay, so what are we expected to learn, or what we are expected to gain from this training or this module? We'll understand the principles of adoption and the principles of scaling. And then we'll also identify and analyze the barriers to adoption and scaling, which is very, very important. If you're able to understand the barriers, it makes it easier for you to be able to find a way to deal with the barriers. And then we also learn how to develop strategic plans, particularly for piloting and then scaling the open innovation. Piloting is a way by which you start small and then you implement at a low level. I remember QSifying emphasized that yesterday, that you don't have to wait until you get the big job or the big project to implement or try some of these innovative system we're talking about. On the small projects that you have, you do that. I'll give this example. I mentioned some warehousing projects. I was on one of them. They were not actually requesting for a green building certification, but because I've done some training, particularly on Edge, so I decided to use the Edge app to actually test the designs that we did for them to know, oh, what's the level. They didn't ask for it. It's not, I'm not submitting it to them, but I was using it to develop myself personally and to develop the possible deliverables that our firm can give. So those are some of the things. That's a pilot test for me. If I'm doing it for a bigger project, it becomes easier because I've done it before. And then how to apply techniques and tools for effective scaling. And then finally, to evaluate the impact of our scaled innovations in our organizations. In our particular climb, we do have some challenges about evaluation of impact, because sometimes the measure that is used for impact mostly is about financial returns, but that's not the main issue when we're talking about innovation and scaling. There are other things you need to also take note of. I mentioned earlier, what about the knowledge that is gained? What about the software you are able to deploy? You might not have made so much money on it. What about the software you're able to develop or that you're able to deploy? That is a rich archive of what we call organizational process assets that you have, that it's much more than some of the money that we might be looking at. So what are the principles of adoption that we're talking about? We have adoption principles and we have scaling principles. That means if you want to adopt it, what are the principles you need to take note of? And if you want to scale, what are the principles you need to take note of? When we're talking about adoption, it means that we are beginning to practice or use something. You know, we are beginning to make use of something. That is adoption. You are taking it on that, okay, I want to make use of this. But when we're talking about scaling, is a pattern of increasing or improving or making the adoption to become, first of all, to become a system. And then number two, to be able to increase the level of adoption. So that is scaling. You are taking it from one level to a higher level. For example, you might adopt the use of, let's say, BIM in your organization. You have adopted it. But when we're talking about scaling, is that, okay, we are using it, but where are we making use of it? To what extent are we making use of it? You know, you have the 4D. I like starting from the 4D because I believe the 3D is something that everybody should be used to. So the 4D, you're talking about the time, and then you talk about the 5D, you're talking about the cost, and then you talk about the life cycle, and then the facilities management. Most projects, like I said earlier, don't actually operate to the final level. It's only a few projects that get to that point. Even most countries have not really matured fully, even in the BIM implementation. Some even talk about that level of BIM implementation as intelligent BIM. So you will see transformation of the construction industry or the digitalization in construction industry. You have different scale, different levels. So some countries have not even gone beyond a certain maturity level. So, but you scale, you start from that level and then you begin to go up. So building on successful adoption, scaling principles, focus on expanding the reach and impact of the innovations. So this is very important. It's good to start small, but don't remain small. Just try and build day to day, month to month, year to year. So what are the principles of adoption? Number one is awareness and education. Awareness and education. I said earlier, there is no substitute for continuous improvement or continuous training, because this awareness and education involves training and continuous education to build a culture that embraces the new ideas and technologies. So for them to be able to embrace the new ideas and technologies, they must have been trained or have received enough knowledge on how that idea, how that technology operates. Because it's difficult for you to embrace a system that you don't understand how it operates. That's one thing. So we're talking about self-improvement or capacity development, and then we're seeing how it translates into adoption principle in the sense that you make the people that are involved to embrace the new technology that they have been able to develop their capacity on. So that is what that first principle is on. And if you fail at this level, I find it difficult. I think it will be almost impossible to be able to scale or to even complete the adoption. So this is very critical. Buy-in is very, very important. And then number two is stakeholder engagement. These relevant stakeholders. You are not running the project alone. If you have the highest level of BIM capability in your organization and all the stakeholders, all other stakeholders, and maybe you want to operate at 7D, all the other stakeholders are operating at 4D and they are not prepared to move from 4D. You are brought down to that level. The chain, the level of innovation is only as strong as the weakest link or the weakest person in that team. That is something that's very important. That is why stakeholder engagement is very important. So before a project starts, you need to engage stakeholders. One of the case studies that we'll look at, before they start the project, everybody agreed that we're adopting BIM and we're adopting it to this level. So everybody's deliverable has to meet that level for them because as a stakeholder, they agreed on it. So it was easy for them to work with it. And then pilot testing. When you are working on using a particular innovation, you don't need to start on a big note. You can implement it on a small scale, on small projects. Even though you can use, let's say, Primavera for so many things, you can choose that, okay, I'm just going to use it for now, just to do my scheduling. That is a pilot test. I'm using that in a very simple way, but I'm sure it resonates with some people that might not be using their a project management scheduling software. Some of us might still be using Excel. But for those who are, you choose to migrate from using Excel, you are going to Primavera or you are going to MS Project. But even in MS Project, you might not be able to deploy the full suite of the possibilities in Primavera. So you start from a little level and you develop a capability on that, you move to another level. That is the pilot. So you can be in deployment of a software. It can be the deployment of a software on a project, small project to big project. And then, of course, you must also be able to open the channel for robust feedback, that people can be able to tell you what they feel and how the system is impacting. You need to know. It's not all softwares that might actually give you value, depending on how it is used. So you need to understand if it's working, and if it's not working, then you find why it is not working and try to do your iteration. When Chijioke was talking about problem formulation, I'm sure he talked about iteration. So you need to be able to check that, see if it's working, good. We build on what is working. If it's not working, we find out why it's not working, or we jettison that thing that is not working. So that's very important. And of course, very critical, change management. Change management. You have to be able to find a way, a structured approach to manage the transition from your traditional practice to the innovative solutions. So from what I mentioned about pilot testing, you understand that if we're looking at change management, even in the same organization, you might not deploy an innovation technique or innovation system or software to all your projects at the same time because you want to manage the transition from your traditional practice to the innovative solutions. QS Balogun mentioned the issue of the freelancing or the opportunities are there, but even though they are there, you might not just send all your projects and say that you are getting online service for you to run that project. You might say, okay, this project A, B, C will still use our traditional while we are adopting the innovation techniques. Yeah, it's very, very important. And one of the good sides to this is that you are able to benchmark and you are able to establish a baseline to see what improvement you're actually getting, which is very, very key. You need to understand what improvement you are getting. So you are not just running it without anything to use as a benchmark. So what are the scaling principles? Scaling, like I said, is that you are taking it, increasing the implementation, increasing the rate at which it is being used, expanding the reach of the innovation techniques that you are bringing on. So number one is that you need to conduct a scalability assessment. Find out, can you scale up on this particular thing? Is it possible? Some people bought some softwares that could work some years back on 2D, but cannot work on 3D. So that's a scalability issue now. Because even though you have the innovation as maybe 20, 15, 20 years ago, but now it is not able to work on 3D, for example. Some have software that can work on 3D, but cannot work with 4D. Some have those that can work up to 4D, but cannot work on 5D. So you do a scalability assessment of what you want to adopt. If it's not going to be scalable, you know at what level you can implement it. If your market and your immediate need actually allows you to still deploy that innovation at that level, you can still do it. But if you want to continue to increase, then you now look at what you have to do. And then, having done the scalability assessment, like I said, the software or innovation that you use for 3D will be different from that you use for 4D primarily. But that will require resource allocation, not only in funding, but also in personnel and in technology. So you need to look at the resource allocation. If you are planning to deploy this, what do we need? If we are going to increase the implementation of this, what and who do we need? Like I said earlier, that a study was carried out and it was found out that the major issue about digitalization, adopting new things in the built industry is the shortage of personnel, skilled personnel, and the level of attrition of personnel workforce. You have some people that are trained to handle this software and the person changes job. Nobody else was trained in that particular software. It becomes an issue. You only have it, but you can't use it. Your scaling becomes dead at that particular point in time, even though you have adopted it. What about standardization? As one of the principles, you need to standardize your processes and protocols, how we do things and how we expect things to be done. You need to standardize. Okay, we want to scale. Every project that is beyond, let's say, 1 billion, we must use this and this. This is the standard. But one of the reasons why BIM was adopted or has become so popular in the UK was because the government adopted and established a scaling system that any government project that meets this threshold must adopt BIM. That is a scaling. They have decided as a government. So any project that is below that, there's no problem. You can still use the old system. And then, of course, in the private sector, we also decide, oh, if we want to get involved in such and such project, what do we do? Standardize your process and protocols, determining what you want to deliver, ensure consistency and quality as innovation is scaled by creating templates and guidelines. I'm sure as when surveyors are used to this, having templates, having guidelines, professional associations or institutes or institutions have what we call practice notes. We have different guides, practice guide for you to be able to deliver on your deliverables. So, and of course, number 4, as scaling principle, collaboration and partnership. You need to leverage on collaboration and partnership with other organizations. One aspect that I think that we need to look at is, like I mentioned, that we can have collaboration, interdisciplinary collaboration. We can have intradisciplinary collaboration also. What do I mean by that? You can have a group of people, a team that come together and collaborate because they belong to different professional groups: engineer, architect, quantity surveyor, builder, and so on. But you can also have, even within a particular profession, maybe quantity surveying, that you choose to have your own collaboration. Oh, we have developed our system. We are so good at, let's say, taking off. Yeah, I'm just using that as illustration. But there is another group that they are so good in contract administration, contract management. You can collaborate as a way of scaling up, that, okay, the same you will do this basic provision, we will provide this basic requirement, and then we have people that will also join because of collaboration to scale up on what we are able to develop, because we are innovating, we are bringing new things on board. And then finally, of course, is continuous improvement. Continuous improvement. This we cannot do away with. You need to look at what you are doing. You need to study the pattern. You need to see where it is leading you, and then you need to make changes, like what to say in quality management: plan, do, check, act. I remember whether KSFI or Chijoke mentioned that. So you need to plan, you need to do, you need to check, and you need to act. That means you need to see if the system is within the boundary, no problem. But if it's tending to go outside of the boundary, you're not getting the result that you expect, that you need to act and make necessary changes. So what are the barriers to adoption and scaling? Number one is resistance to change. Resistance to change. This is just natural for us as humans. Some people were introduced to the card when it started. And some people just say, look, we are not going to change, we'll continue this old system. We prefer the physical. How can you tell us that what you are seeing on screen is the same thing as what we are seeing physically? No, this is what we have been doing, it has been working. It has been working because you are not looking at the future challenges or even the present need. But it's because of the present need and the future challenges that the new thing has come up. That's what you need to realize. So if something new is coming up, it's because there is a present need or there is a future demand for it. So you need to look at that. So this is a barrier. It's a major barrier. And then, of course, resource constraints. You discover that from the adoption and the scaling, they present the barriers and the challenges that we have. You need resources to be able to adopt. So, but the barrier is that you might not have the resources to be able to do it. Even though you want to, you might not have. Somebody asked a question earlier, oh, I want to train for this software. Is this software, is there a free version? Yeah, it's because of resource constraints. If we're going to purchase some of these softwares, they are quite expensive. That is why the need of collaboration is important. Do you know that it's possible for you as a team to come together and buy a license and make use of it as a team? You find out some of these softwares or these resellers don't have this option. Oh, you want to buy for 5 users. It's different from buying individually. And decide, okay, we'll come together and buy maybe a 5-user license. Each person has it installed. It comes to each of you cheaper. But you see, that's coming together, collaborating. So you are able to overcome this resource constraint. And then number 3 is regulatory and compliance issues. Like I said, in the UK, there was a regulation that you need to adopt BIM. And then you need to scale, because so time, you must get this, at this point, you must get to this level. So these are issues. The regulations can also stop us from adoption. If there is no regulation, for example, in Nigeria now, and you want to adopt BIM, the incentive to do it is not there. Apart from you have a client that requests or requires it on the project, because there's no regulatory demand for it. And in some places, it could be that there's no compliance, and nobody is going to enforce it. And so it's just people will not adopt. And then, of course, lack of stakeholder buy-in. You are running as a team. You are running in a local world, as we call it now. It's global and it's also local. All your stakeholders need to buy into what you want to do. If not, it becomes a challenge. And of course, technological challenges, even though you want to adopt. Some of us probably, I think, was it 3 months ago that Microsoft Windows had an issue almost worldwide. They say there was an update that was done and so on and so on. My own system was down for like 3 days. I don't know how I updated my system around that period. So my system was down. I had to do, so technologically, you might have the challenge of the technology, probably hardware aspect or the software aspect. Hardware, you have a laptop, but you cannot run this. Some of us probably that have been involved in 3D simulations, we discovered that the systems that the architects or designers use, they are special systems to be able to run the 3D modeling. You know, they are more stronger. So do you have the technology to be able to do it? And of course, cultural barriers. Your culture, does it allow it? Does it support the adoption? If you are working in this particular place and the other place where they are working, they don't see a need for it. The cultural barrier is also there. And then, of course, knowledge gaps. Very, very critical. Knowledge gap. Knowledge gap can put an end to almost anything. I've seen a firm in those days, they had a computer system, but nobody is using it. The owner of the firm, should I call the partner in the firm, thought there was a need. He got the equipment, but the people there did not have the knowledge to run it. I remember when I started working, there was a computer system in the office, but nobody was using it because nobody knows how to operate it. Of course, just one person, I think, at the point. But along the line, some people came, and then the adoption and the scaling increased because the knowledge gap has been filled. So identifying and addressing all these potential obstacles is crucial to successful implementation. Identifying them and being able to address them is very crucial and critical. And then what about the strategic plans for piloting and scaling open innovation? What are the strategic plans that we need to take note of? Number one, we need to define the objectives. Define the objectives and the scope. We need to clearly state what we want to do, what we want to accomplish, and then to what extent do we want to do it. If the goals are not stated, there are two things. The people will not know to what direction they are working. And number two, even if they meet the goal, they will not know that they have met the goal. So those are critical issues. Define the objectives and scope for your pilot and your scaling. You need to let people know what you intend to accomplish. And then number two is that stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement. You need to engage the stakeholders. It could be within your firm. It could be with a team of consultants on a project. Oh, this is what we want to do, and we want to use it to this level. How many of us or how many of you have anything in your organization or in your own firm that we can harness together? There is there the possibility for us to use what we have and what you have. You know, BEAM is actually about different softwares being able to speak together in a common language, interpreting things in the same way. So BEAM itself is not a software, it's actually a platform where you have different software able to speak together, understand documents, understand design, understand the inputs. That's why they talk about the common data environment. Common data environment. That means all the software they are using, they have a place where they are speaking the same language. That is where BIM really works. If they are not interoperable, you will not be able to run the BIM. So that's why stakeholder engagement is very important. You say, what do you have? What do I have? Can they work together? Good. And then we go ahead to run the pilot. Okay, the next thing is resource allocation. I mentioned it before. Those are some of the things that you need. Oh, we want to do it. What if one of us does not have that software or what is needed? Or probably in your in-house team, part of your project team is behind in knowledge. You know you need to provide resource for that person to be brought to par with the other people in the team so that they can be able to work together on that pilot. So resource allocation, you need to make resource available, and you also need to make people, personnel available. And then number 4 is to develop the pilot plan. Okay, this is what we want to do. We are taking it from here to this point. The first 2 months, this is what we are going to do. The next 1 month, this is what we intend to do. This is the level we need to accomplish. The next 6 months, this is how we want to do it, and this is what we want to accomplish. Let there be a plan, a guide for the stakeholders to follow and to work with. And then the plan helps them to be able to look back, having a baseline or a set standard to which they can measure their progress. So if there is no plan, they cannot measure to what extent the pilot is either succeeding or failing. And then number 5, of course, is the implementation. Having done all these 4 steps, then you begin the implementation. You already have the necessary things, the tools that you need, and all the people are on board. Then you begin to implement. And then, of course, feedback and iteration, like I said, change process, change management. You know, the best plans might not work out best in the first instance. So you look at your plan, where it's not working, you make adjustments, you do recalibration of even some of the goals that you set. It could be that when you start implementing that you discover that the goal is either too high or too low. You make your iteration to adapt the system to bring it back into control. And then, of course, your scaling strategy. Now we have been able to succeed on this one. How do we take it to a higher level? We used it on project A, and we needed just about 3 persons. We needed just about 1 million naira to be able to make it work. Now we want to go to project B. We need to bring in 1 more person. We need to get an add-on to this present software that we have in order for it to scale. Like I said, in Procore, you pay for the number of users you expect. So a scaling strategy is that, look, on this small project, we only need 4 people, and that is what you plan for. Scaling, if you are going to a bigger project, what they are going to charge you will be different, and the number of persons that you might be likely you'll be able to put in onto your project will also be different. So that's a scaling strategy. Okay, after 2 years, we are going to increase the number of people. We need to do this so that we can be able to continue making use of that innovation. Of course, number 8, the last point here, is the continuous improvement. Continuous improvement. I think it was yesterday somebody talked about is it Kaizen? Yeah, Kaizen, which is the Japanese word to doing it good always or getting it correct always, which is just continuous improvement. So you need to look at how you continue to improve and you continue to maintain the standard. By following these strategic steps, I believe as quantity surveyors, we can effectively pilot and scale our open innovation initiatives. It could be challenging, but it's not impossible. It could take a lot of resource from us, but the dividends can also come, depending on the priority you place, whether it is acquiring knowledge, acquiring expertise, or acquiring increased financial income, depending on what you want. All right, so let me just go. I've spoken about all this already, so I'll just jump that. This is just emphasizing on them. Okay, so I said something here that, you see, when it comes to digital transformation, digital skills and digital tools should be used to assist a business in its operations. And there are 4 levels of digital maturity, from basic to advanced to smart to transformative. That's a study that was carried out by Construction Sector Digital Maturity Characteristics. The report that was brought out, that there are 4 levels for the construction sector when we're talking about digital maturity. Could be the basic, usually that's at the level of your 2D, 3D, and then you have advanced, you are going to the level of your 4D, 5D, smart, you are going to 6 and so on, and transformative, you are going even into the future where AI is used to do so many things. That it depends on the digital transformation plan that you have. Do you want to move from the level that you are to another level? So, but then you have this at the back of your mind. What are the techniques that you can use for effective scaling? Number 1 is that standardization. It's very important that you have a system of standardization. What do you mean by standardization? That means that you develop standards for your deliverables. Everybody should meet that standard. To be able to do this, what you need to do is to develop standardized processes and protocols that can ensure consistency and quality across your projects. How do you do this? Simply by developing templates, guidelines, and then best practices that can be replicated. For example, talk about cost estimation. To what detail do you want to represent your cost estimates? A firm can decide that, no, as a principle and as a protocol for our firm, the level of cost estimate must be to maybe level 3, for example. Now I say, no, it must be to level 4 when we are doing our cost estimates. These are things that you can decide and standardize. By doing that, in order to do that, you can develop templates. So once a template is on ground, everybody knows that in order to give this deliverable, you must supply information that fits into this particular template. So that is one way. Number 2 is a modular approach. Modular approach is creating a system whereby you can have interchangeable modules, in the sense that your solutions are designed in such a way that you can easily move them around and make use of them. One way is that you have complex problems, you can break down into simpler, manageable components, which can now be easily implemented or scaled. For example, we're talking about BIM. You can decide that, okay, even though we're talking about BIM, I want to focus on the scheduling. This is the area that I want to scale now. What do I mean by scaling even the scheduling? Is that there are different levels to which you can develop a schedule. To what level do you want to develop your own? And you can decide that, okay, some people are going to focus on developing maybe the cost aspect. That is another module. So you just, the big problem, you just cut it down to smaller sizes for people to work on. Another way to illustrate this is, for example, if I were to ask now that, can you provide a bill of quantities, maybe that is in line with BSMM 4R, 5-story or 6-story building, and I want you to deliver it within 48 hours. Most of us will say, no, that is rather impossible, which I will understand. But what if we decide that we're going to approach it in a modular way? All right? It's not only one person that needs to do it. Why don't somebody just focus on electrical items? Somebody else focus on plumbing or mechanical items. Somebody else focus on the structural. Somebody else, as a matter of fact, even the structural, you can decide you focus on the concrete structure. Another person focuses on the reinforcement. You can even decide that, look, somebody just works on foundation, from foundation to the ground floor. Another person works from ground floor to first floor. You see, this is modular now. You are breaking the big project into smaller units. You are going to get more people to get involved in the project. You say, yeah, it's more cost. It depends on the way you look at it, because everybody will be paid according to their input. If one person, it will take him 2 weeks to do the job. You now bring 7 people, and each one of them does 2 days on the job. Then you pay each person for 2 days. At the end of the day, you are still paying for a 2-week work, which one person could have done. That is doing it in a modular way. What about piloting and scaling? One of the techniques for which to effectively scale innovation, we mentioned earlier, is the piloting and scaling. Start in a small way, and then you improve and increase the level of adoption and the level of use or adaptation to the new innovation or to the innovation that you want to use. And then, of course, collaborative networks. You need to leverage on collaborating networks and partnerships to enhance the scaling process. If you want to increase the level to which you are doing it, you might need to collaborate with more people. You might need to collaborate more across platforms, not just persons, but across platforms, because you want to scale. If you are using your particular innovation technique just to deliver on one aspect and you want to scale, you need to now collaborate across networks. And when I'm talking about networks, I'm also putting in the same basket, collaborating, even cutting across different softwares and different technologies also. So you can do that. You need to engage also with industry experts, whether even academic institutions and other organizations, to be able to share knowledge. You need to be able to do that, like the NIQS Foundation is doing now. This is a collaborative network. Some people are gaining something new. Even some of us that are doing this presentation, in order to do this, we had to learn something new also in order to be able to do this. So that is part of collaboration between institutions, between professional bodies, between organizations. And then, of course, continuous improvement. Never forget, it's always recurring. Continuous improvement. Personal development is always recurring, because for innovation to be sustained, for it to be scaled, you have to give yourself to continuous improvement. So what are the tools of scaling? One is project management collaboration tools, mentioned earlier, MS Projects. We have another one called Asana, Trello, like I mentioned. You have the Astra Power Project. Even though that is more of the scheduling and resource management, but you have the Primavera also. So these are tools that you can use to scale, to increase and improve the level of adoption and the implementation. And then, of course, you have building information modeling, which we mentioned earlier also, and has been taken by the speakers over the past 2 days. We have Autodesk Revit, Navisworks. These are softwares that you can use for building information modeling, and it helps you to be able to scale your innovation. What you are bringing in at a level, you are able to increase and take it to a bigger level. And then, of course, data analytics platforms. Power BI. Power BI is a Microsoft product, I believe. And then Tableau. I'm not familiar with that one. But Power BI, I was attending a training where they were using it particularly for reporting on projects. And that's it's very beautiful where if you're able to use Power BI, very beautiful. You're able to interact, you are able to query, and it brings you the response almost immediately. It's not almost immediate, it brings it to you immediately. You are able to say, okay, what if we do this and this? You change your parameters, and it tells you what is going to happen. Data analytics. You are able to use data to make informed decisions. And then you have innovation management software. Innovation management software it's more of the platform for you to run the innovation that you want to carry out. One of them is called Idea Scale. The other is called Bright Idea. If you Google, you'll find them. This innovation management software, some are even used by startup companies that want to scale. Maybe they started their company and they want to increase either in their resource level or the level of funding that they require. They use this to guide their innovation, their scaling process. So this is very, very important for us. Even as quantity surveyors, we can use it to help guide us in what we are planning to accomplish through our adoption or our scaling. So these tools help in capturing ideas and managing innovation projects and tracking the progress of our scaling efforts. They provide structured approach to innovation management, ensuring that the scaling activities are well organized and effective. The next slide shows a screenshot from these two particular platforms. The first one is the Idea Scale. So it's just a platform for you to be able to run your innovation, monitor it, and then keep the focus or keep the plan on point, just to make sure that you're able to accomplish what you want to do. We need to also evaluate the impact of scaled innovations. You need to be able to evaluate. I said that you iterate, you plan, you do, you check, then you act. So except you're able to carry out evaluation, you will not be able to know when you need to either do some checking, do some corrective work. So there are two ways in which we can carry out the evaluation. Number one is the organizational performance, and the other is industry standards. I see one as internal drivers in our evaluation, and the other one are external drivers in our evaluation. So it's just a systematic evaluation, which is crucial for us to understand the effects of our scaled innovation. We need to understand if we are making impact, if we are hitting the nail on the head. So we need to look at them. Number one is efficiency and productivity. We need to see in our organization, have we increased any efficiency? Is there productivity gains that we have had? We need to measure the improvements in project timelines, resource utilization, and our overall productivity. So the impact is that this scaled innovation will lead to streamlined process and reduce project durations. The longer a project runs, usually the more expensive the project is. So you want to reduce cost and reduce time. And one of the ways you reduce cost is by reducing time. So that is why the next point, which is cost savings. As an organization, this innovation that you have carried out, is it bringing about cost savings? Are there cost reductions in project execution, maintenance, or operation or expenses? You have deployed a new software. What you needed 2 people to do or 3 people to do, with the software, you're able to do it in 3 hours? Or is it that even after you deployed the software or the innovation tech system, you still need 3 people to be able to do the same thing? Which means that you are not making any, you are not having any impact, or your innovation is not having any impact. So you need to evaluate that. And of course, also quality and accuracy, very, very important. One of the reasons that we engage some of the softwares that we do in our innovation is to improve quality and accuracy. And of course, employee satisfaction and retention, which is also critical. Have you innovated? And of course, you might need to downsize, but you need to be sure you are downsizing for the right reasons, not because people are not happy. Probably you went to bring in a software that is already obsolete. Some employees might decide to leave because they can't work with your software. I've known some people, particularly maybe architectural firms, that probably the firm that they got employed in are still using some systems that are obsolete. And these people have already improved, so they can't work in that place. They have to go. And then, of course, client satisfaction, which is a very critical aspect of what we're evaluating, because the whole essence is that you meet the stakeholder need. It could be the client, it could be your team. So client satisfaction is very important. What about the industry standards? What have you been able to achieve when you do evaluation? You need to benchmark and see how is your performance against industry standards. Others are doing it in traditional way. Are they even performing better than you? So you know your innovation is not working. And then what about regulatory compliance? You need to ensure that your innovations comply with industry regulations and standards. For example, we were using BSMM 7 at a point, and then as professionals, it has changed, and you want to innovate, and you now get a system that is still relying on BSMM 7. I'm using that as probably a regulatory compliance now, I'm just using it loosely. You need to know if what you are doing is following regulations, and you need to be sure that by adopting this innovation, that your innovations are compliant and can enhance your organization's reputation. One of the reasons, going to the next point, sustainability practices, one of the reasons why some people deploy or engage in sustainability and green building is because their CSR policy demands for it. That is why some do it. But if they don't have a CSR policy, some of them might not bother themselves. What about you as an organization? Sustainability. Do you know that even as a small organization and even as a person, you can decide to be more sustainable? For example, we do a lot of work, paperwork. You print a lot of things. At the end of the day, are of no use, wasted. It's a sustainability issue, because for that thing to be taken out of the system, energy is going to be used. And wherever energy is used, greenhouse gas is being released into the atmosphere. What about technological advancements? I'm talking about industry standards. The industry itself has decided to move forward. So if the industry sets up a standard, you need to see how you measure up against that standard. And of course, knowledge sharing and collaboration. When you are talking about the level of your innovation, does it actually fall within or around what is happening in the industry, or you are left out? You need to assess the extent of knowledge sharing and collaboration within the industry and how you fall into that place, or how you are a part of it. You need to lead development of industry-wide best practices and standards that will benefit the whole sector. So in a nutshell, by systematically evaluating these aspects, as an organization, we can gain comprehensive understanding of the impact of our scaled innovations. And this is very necessary because it helps us to highlight the benefits and also identify areas that need further improvement and innovation. So I'm going to quickly go into the case studies. I will look at some of them now quickly. This project, Thames Tideway Tunnel. This project is in the UK. It's a sewer, but it's a combined sewer system. I don't know where some of us, but you can Google it and find out. There is a smart tunnel they have in Malaysia, I think it's Malaysia, a smart tunnel that it's actually designed for vehicles to go through. But when there is a storm, they can shut down the vehicular traffic and use the same tunnel to discharge water out from the city. I think it's in Malaysia. You can find out, smart tunnel. So this one is, of course, is a sewer, but it has other things. That picture you are seeing is part of the sewer. So, you know, our typical sewer that we know is just the concrete pipe, and then you just have fluid running through it. But there are so many things that you can also have running through it. It's a combined sewer. But the issue is that from the get-go, they already decided that they were going to conform to what we call the Q2 principles. which involves sustainable growth and development, economic efficiency, environmental considerations, building resilience, social consideration, and infrastructure governance. They're committed to follow the Q2 principles. These Q2 principles are principles that was decided, I think, by the Q7 or G20, that look for our projects and for development. We are going to be guided by these principles. And this required innovation in the manner in which this project was carried out. This project cost, as of 2024, I'm not sure they've finalized it now, it's already got £5 billion in the UK. And it's just about 25 kilometers long. But because they needed to meet some of these standards that they have decided, the innovation that they are bringing in, these are the things that they're committed to. Then there is another project in Pennsylvania. It's called the Rapid Bridge Replacement Project in the United States. It's about the changing of about 558 bridges, existing bridges that were already dilapidating, and they decided they were going to change those bridges. Imagine 558 bridges in a particular place. But what is the level of collaboration and innovation? Even the manner in which they structure what we'll call the insurance for the project, it was an innovative system that they didn't have to insure 558 bridges as an entire project. They did something that is like a floating insurance, because they are not working on 558 bridges at the same time. Probably the whole project is maybe, let's say, 10 billion. They didn't have to do insurance for 10 billion naira worth of project. They had to do maybe just 2 or 3 at a time, and it was a floating. It was a new system at that time, because typically we know if a project is stated as 500 billion, for example, the insurance that you expect to get is supposed to be for 500 billion. But they changed the system. All the people, not only the project consultants now, even other stakeholders, the banks, the insurance firms, everybody had to come in and see, how do we innovate to make this project to succeed? The equipment used, the arrangement, everything was totally different running the project. And then let's bring it a bit back home. We have been hearing about our West African Power Pool project. There was one segment that is called the CLSG, which involves the network going to Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea. That project was sponsored by World Bank, AFDB, and so on. So they decided that, look, number one, you have stakeholders that cut across different countries. You have different energy utility companies that are involved from different countries. You are talking about different currencies, but they had to find a way of how this project can run, and this project was run successfully because of collaboration. On digital transformation, this case study, the first case study here, they used an AI-powered tool to do automated material takeoff on drawings. AI. The AI was developed with such a way through machine learning algorithms that was able to scan the document, read the document, extract quantities and materials, did the takeoff, and they were able to save up to 70% time when it comes to taking off. And then they are able to have efficiency gains. They also reduce potential errors. You know, some of us know, I know it has happened to me before, that you believe you have done the best takeoff that you can, only for you after some time, when you are checking, you just discover that you missed something. But this one was done by machine, AI. Just dump the drawings and then the thing works out and brings all the necessary things. The second one is about predictive cost management. Same AI, different environment. But now the focus of the AI is to predict what is happening on site, it is able to predict the impact of what that thing that is happening on the project, and is able to guide and advise. And at the end of the day, they had a reduction in their budget up to 15% from their unplanned expenditure. So they're able to cut down on costs. And then another one is about real-time project monitoring. This one is on a residential development that they're able to see what is happening, and they're able to make informed decisions, but they are using sensors and AI analytics to be able to quickly find out what are the issues and deviations that are happening on the project, and they were able to have a 10% improvement in project delivery time, and again a 5% reduction in the total project cost. I remember QS Agukwesi was making an illustration to a case study and in that manner, that a community-based system now, that everybody is involved, and they were able to have a lot of savings. These last two case studies are the ones that I really just want to talk about now. The Royal Adelaide Hospital project. That's the one I mentioned earlier, that I said that you have two architects, you have two contractors working on the same project. That's a very interesting project. This particular project is the most expensive hospital that is built presently. It's the most expensive building in Australia and the most expensive hospital that is ever built in the world. But it's not just about the cost of building, it's about what the innovation that they brought in. That from the get-go, they agreed at the level of BIM implementation that they're going to use on the project. And everybody bought into it, and everybody was working towards that. That collaboration was able to give them a project, a delivery that was so spectacular. You see that drawing, that picture is from the website of that hospital, or from one of the consultants' website on that project. They're able to build a building through innovation. I'm just wondering, can we have two contractors working on the same project in Nigeria? Probably the time is not yet right. Working together as a team, or even having architects working together and saying that on this same project, we are working together. In this hospital, they have automated guided vehicles, and they have a robotic pharmacy dispenser, which enhances the efficiency and improve the ability of the hospital to meet the traffic that comes into it. So while we're talking about autonomous vehicles, some people, this project was finished in 2017. Some people have already thought about it, and in an hospital, they have automated guided vehicles that you come in, there is a system that guides you. The parking space for this hospital is about 3,500 underground parking. Just imagine how huge that project is. But by using BIM, by using innovation techniques, they are able to deliver within cost and within time. And then another example is the Perth Children's Hospital. This one is also similar, the same design direction, using BIM, getting everybody involved, and they were also able to realize a lot of cost savings. They had fewer mistakes, they had better planning, the teamwork was great, the safety was top-notch. They didn't have issues on the project because there was a focus on early adoption of BIM. Early adoption of BIM. Somebody said, I think it was Chijioke that was saying it 2 days ago, that see, when we are talking about sustainability and BIM building, it's always better you start at the onset. Yesterday, I was discussing with a client, and we were going through, it's a small project, and he was not telling me that, somebody told him that he could have done smart building, he would have been able to save it. I said, well, we had this discussion with you, but you said you didn't have the money. And I said, Kai, he's regretting that he should have done it, that you will have had a smart home where you can control everything, even though it's not at home. Sometimes you may look at the initial cost as high, but at the long run, it is much better if we are able to innovate and scale up as a person and as a firm. So in conclusion, we have been able to see the techniques for scaling open innovation in quantity surveying, leveraging digital tools, fostering collaborative environments, and promoting sustainable practice. And of course, we have also been able to look at the strategies to overcome the barriers. The barriers are there, but there are strategies to overcome them, to overcome the barriers to adoption and scaling. The resistance to change. You need to do more awareness. You need to engage the stakeholders more. Resource constraints. Can we come together as a pool instead of doing it in silo? Can we join and buy a software? Is a license? The number of users are different. The people that sell these softwares are open to that. Can we do that? What about best practices for piloting and scaling? We looked at what are the best practices for us to use if we want to pilot a particular innovation, we want to scale up on the innovation. So these are the things that I believe that we have been able to learn, and I hope that we have gained something from this module. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, QS Oyeleye. You have been wonderful in your presentation today. The imaging has been quite engaging and has been able to buttress the points that you've put forward in your presentation. Thank you so much, QS Oyeleye. Ladies and gentlemen, he has done justice to today's presentations. He has handled online labor markets for quantity surveyors, focusing on navigating the digital economy. And we've just concluded another session on adoption and scaling of quantity surveying, with a key focus on implementing and expanding open innovation initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. Thank you for your attention. QS Juliet, we have you online. Can you hear me, please? Okay,
yes,
thank you. You have the floor.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Obinna. I always feel like calling you QS, but then don't worry, with time. Thank you so much, QS Oyeleye, for doing a great job for us on the topic adoption and scaling in quantity surveying, implementing and expanding open innovation initiatives. Thank you for all that you've said. But I'll touch on a few things that he said, the principles of adoption and scaling in QS. You have to have awareness, and education is very important about that. You have to also have stakeholder engagement. You have to engage with other stakeholders. Pilot testing, we need to also have the feedback mechanisms and principles. We also talked about the scalability assessments, resource allocation, standardization, collaboration and partnership, and continuous improvement. Now, he also talked about the strategic plans for piloting and scaling open innovation initiatives, which are: one, you have to define the objectives and scope. Two, you have to have your resource allocation, develop the pilot plan, which I've already talked about. Then you have the techniques for effective scaling and piloting. You have the standardization, modulator approach, pilots and scale, collaborative networks, continuous improvement. So thus far, it's been an amazing journey. And in this open innovation, the quantity surveying perspective, we really want to appreciate our speaker for doing a great job. We appreciate you. While we're on this, please, if you have your questions, would like you to put it up on the platform so that we can listen to you. And if you have questions, you can please raise your hand so that we can call you as well. Just one or two questions if you have. Okay, do we have anyone with a question?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question, kindly raise up your hand and you'll be called. Well, I think QS Juliet, I think everyone would attest to the fact that QS Oyeleye has taken his time to dissect every aspect of today's modules, module 3A and 3B. And he's actually simplified it that even, I mean, he's actually simplified it in very simple terms and concepts that can be understood quite easily. So I believe he's done due justice to it. But if anyone has a question, please feel free to ask.
He's actually
ask your questions, please. Julia, go ahead.
I would say, as a student, you know, a university student, we always have lecturers and we also have teachers. So I would say that QS Oyinleye is a teacher and not a lecturer. So he's done a great job. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so QS Oyinleye is a teacher. He's not a lecturer, and that's why he's able to do this. And basically, I love to listen to him teach. Yes, teach, not lecture. I love to hear him lecture, teach. And every time he's up on stage, I love to listen to him because he knows how to break down everything to even to a layman's understanding. Thank you so much, QS Oyinleye, for doing a great job for us. We really appreciate you.
Okay, QS Juliet, we have one question from QS Demide. QS Demide, please unmute yourself and ask a question, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Uzo. Thank you again to the whole team. This has been very impactful. My question, really, is the last part where you talked about techniques to use for effective scaling. So I understand that you can use this for your person as you, or rather as me, and then I can use this for a smaller team or like a smaller organization. So you talked about standardization, and then you talked about the modular approach. So now from the modular approach and collaborative network I try to adopt this from a singular perspective. but I'm struggling with it. So could you please, sorry for taking all of us back, but could you please reiterate on those points, techniques to use for effective scaling when you're not dealing with a team now, but you're dealing with your own person as a singular? I don't know if the question was clear, or do I repeat it for more?
The question is clear. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, the question is quite clear. The challenge is that, okay, for a team or an organization that is quite or easily understood, but what if it's just a person? So how do you do it? Okay, let me use this now. Even in the same way that you apply it for a team. For example, I get a job now that I want to innovate. And of course, as a quantity surveyor, I can maybe do my measurement, do my estimating, do all those things. But nothing stops me, which is something I must confess that I do often, that I give out the different aspects of the job. I concentrate because of my own experience on the higher level of contract management and all that. But all the other aspects, I have other people that I get to do that for me. So for example, I might have a project where I need to do, let's say, as a funders representative, for example. Now I have a software, for example, that can actually do that for me, but I don't need to do all the aspects of that service. I can actually say, okay, this aspect, let somebody else do this, and what they do can feed into what the next person will do, and what the next person does can feed into what another person does, before the whole three will now come to me. Just using that as an illustration, even though I'm saying that as a person, maybe it's just my own work now. So it's possible for me to do that. Even the same way as a firm also, A firm can decide, for example, you get a commission now and they ask that, okay, they want to engage sustainability practices on this project. Even though you're a quantity surveyor, you are not the sustainability expert on the project, but you know that in your own team, you can actually engage a sustainability expert to advise you in delivering your quantity surveying aspect or services. You know, that is the modular. It's a complex work. You are expected to deliver a project, or you deliver your maybe bills or quantities, your estimates and all that in line with a certain sustainability benchmark. You are not a sustainability expert, but you can get some people to break down that complex work. You can do your measurement easily. For example, okay, what about you need somebody that can advise that even these quantities that you are doing, these are the peculiarities of this particular material that you need to see how you can make these adjustments, make those changes. How do you do that? That means you are breaking the complex work down to be handled in smaller, discrete units. That is what it's about. And like I said earlier also, even as a person, you might have different, maybe you have an estate project now that you're overseeing. That's another example of doing a modular approach, because you are innovating and you are scaling. What do you do? Can you break down that whole project into smaller units? Because that is what it's about. You break it into smaller units and you actually even apply your innovation in small discrete units. You can get somebody that probably can do maybe your costing service using a software, a new software. You can still have somebody that will do some aspect using the traditional system. Remember, we talked about that even when you want to innovate, you want to implement, you want to adopt, you can do it in different levels. You might not have to just do everything at once. So for a person, you have a way by which you can carry out your duties, and then as an organization, you know how you can also carry out this modular approach. But it's just to break down the work into smaller units that are discrete, that can be handled at different levels or different softwares, and then they are all aggregated together at the top. I hope that explains it better.
Yes. QS Jamilat, I believe your question has been answered.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in the absence of any more questions, I believe everyone is fully satisfied with the lecture that has been delivered by the exceptional facilitators and trainers of this Open Innovation Program. QS Juliet, you're back with us, yes?
Yes.
Okay, you have the floor, please. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much to our speaker, QS Oyinleye, for doing a great job. To my fellow moderators, thank you too for the journey thus far. QS Obinna.
Hello, QS Juliet.
Mr. Obinna, thank you so much. On to the close.
QS Juliet, please don't put me in trouble.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Please don't put me in trouble, please. Please don't put me in trouble.
Okay. We have the closing remark. Okay, can you hear me now, just to be sure?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
The closing remark is our DG. I admire her a lot, and it's a privilege to call her on to take over. But before she comes in, we really need to know about our beautiful, I admire her beauty, admire her intelligence, admire everything about our DG, and she's actually a very, very powerful woman. And going through her profile, I can see she's done a lot for herself, and it's something that I'm very proud of to associate myself with her. So QS Celestina Nkechi, aka PhD, FNI, QS, MNI, is a seasoned expert in financial services and construction industries with over 24 years of experience across various fields. Her expertise spans the banking industry, project management, facility management, policy making, strategic planning and analysis, construction management and administration, and all aspects of construction and infrastructure business and practice. Dr. Eke has held numerous notable positions, including serving twice as a council member of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, first as a co-opted member of the Institute and later as Secretary of Marketing and Corporate Affairs. She has also served in the Quantity Surveyors Registration Board of Nigeria, QSRBN, and was the pioneer treasurer of the National Executive of the Women Association of Quantity Surveyors in Nigeria, WACSIN. In addition, she currently sits on the board of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, WIMBIS, and Board of Trustees, Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors Foundation. Her contributions to the field of business and construction have been recognized through numerous awards and accolades, including being voted in 2021 as one of the 50 inspiring Nigerian women in the Business Day Women Hub and receiving the NIQS President Award of Recognition in 2019, and a certificate and award of outstanding contribution to nation building by icons of Global Excellence Group, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Dr. Eke's extensive career also includes serving in various capacities with First Bank of Nigeria Limited, where she held positions such as General Services Manager and Relationship Manager in the public sector group. She also worked at the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, where she was seconded to the office of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation as the head of the technical division in the Department of Federal Integrated Staff Housing. Currently, she is the division head of quantity surveying at the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development in Abuja, responsible for the National Housing Program, National Housing Program Maintenance, Federal Secretariat's construction, and providing technical support to MDAs. She is currently serving as a member, Presidential Sub-Advisory Committee on Housing. Additionally, she is the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors Foundation, a non-profit organization formed by the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors to carry out research to provide viable solutions to critical socio-environmental problems bordering on climate action, gender equality, social housing, infrastructure deficits, affordable and clean energy, economic growth, youth empowerment, sustainability, and other relevant areas of the Sustainable Development Goals. Dr. Eke's knowledge and expertise in the field of construction and infrastructure are reflected in her published articles in professional journals, including Quantity Surveying, A Reforming Cost Control Profession, the Quantity Surveyor, an overview of quantity surveyors in 2000, Role in Engineering Infrastructure Projects, NIQS 2006 Biennial Conference, Calabar, Nigeria, from the 22nd to 25th November 2006. She has also attended numerous workshops, conferences, and seminars, both within and outside Nigeria. Dr. Eke received her Bachelor of Science in Quantity Surveying from Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, her Master's in Business Administration from the University of Calabar, and her Master's in Facility Management from Ahmadu Bello University. She also holds a Doctor of Philosophy, PhD in Construction Management and Public-Private Partnership from Glasgow Caledonian University in the United Kingdom. Dr. Eke is a graduate of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPSS, where she participated in the presidential assignment on funding universal healthcare delivery in Nigeria, and gained a comprehensive understanding of policy and strategy, economic and management studies, international relations, and peace and conflict studies. Dr. Eke is a member of the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors and other professional bodies. Lastly, Dr. Eke is happily married to His Royal Majesty Ifeanyi Eke, and they are blessed with lovely children. Please, can we welcome our DG to give her beautiful closing remark? Please, can we appreciate her in the comment section? Please, let's do some, show her so much love. She's done a great job. Dear DG, you can take the floor now.
Dr. Eke, can you hear us, please? Dr. Eke.
Okay. Light happened to me. Sorry about that.
It's fine, ma. You're welcome. Good
So
to
I'm
have you
trying to
back,
have
ma.
alternative in case if it happens again. So let me join. Thank you very much, Juliet. I was about stopping you that you've done justice to the bio you are reading. And I've never been blown away in my whole life. I've been joining virtual training. This is something beyond my imagination. I must thank every one of you for holding on till this time. And I'll just go straight because I'm so scared of this light going off. I'm in my primary workplace. You know, I have to innovate, to join, do the QST, do the foundation thing, do my own assignments too. So as we draw the curtains on this transformative journey of open innovation, a quantity surveying perspective, I'm here not just as the Director General of NIQS Foundation, but as a fellow traveler on this path of enlightenment and professional evolution. This program, made possible by the support of the Aubrey Baker Fund UK, has been more than a series of lectures. It has been a crucible of ideas, a forge where we have reeled out new paradigms for our practices. We have learned that open innovation is not just a concept, but a powerful tool that can propel quantity surveying from a traditional practice into a dynamic, collaborative force in the construction industry. Over these past few days, we have ignited a revolution in our thinking, practice, and vision for the future of quantity surveying. From the foundational concept introduced by QS Chijioke to the innovative context explored by QS Ifeanyi, and now the groundbreaking insight on digital labor markets and scaling shared by QS Oyinleye. We have traversed a landscape of knowledge that will reshape our profession for generations to come. Let our newfound knowledge of digital platform and scaling strategies empower us to extend our reach and impact beyond what we ever thought possible. As you return to your practices, firms, and projects, I challenge you to be bold, challenge the status quo, embrace the unknown, and collaborate across boundaries. For it is in pushing beyond our comfort zones that we will discover the true potential of our profession. On behalf of NIQS Foundation, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Aubrey Baker Fund for believing in the power of education. Our sincere thanks to the President of NIQS, QS Kenen Zekwe, for his unwavering support, to our outstanding trainers, QS Chijioke, QS Ifeanyi, QS Oyinleye, and our exceptional moderators, QS Chioma, QS Jamila, QS Juliet. I also thank the chairman of the Board of Trustees of NIQS Foundation, as well as the staff of NIQS and NIQS Foundation for their continued support and dedication. As we part ways, let us not say goodbye, but rather see you at the forefront of innovation, for that is where we are all headed towards, a future where quantity surveying leads the way
in creating a built environment that is more efficient, sustainable, and responsive to human needs. Thank you all. I say thank you very much for staying on. Thank you all participants. Thank you all the board members that stayed through, the trainers, the moderators. I can't thank you enough. I hope you enjoyed attending this event as much as we enjoyed putting it together. Take care and stay safe. Bye.
Thank you so much, my wonderful DG. Please, ma, can we indulge your presence, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we're gradually coming to the end of this program. It's been a wonderful session with everyone. Please, if everyone would indulge me, please turn on your cameras. Let us take one more shot for posterity purposes, please. Everyone on the panel, we will be taking a screenshot. Yes, thank you so much. Oh, my able chairman, QSCJ, I see you. QS Osareti, I see you. QS Ifanya, I see you. Please turn on your cameras, please. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for the time. We will be taking a screenshot in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you, everyone. I'll be taking another shot, please, if you don't mind. If you don't mind, I'll be taking one more screenshot in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate you. QS Juliet, would you have anything to say? And QS Oyileye, would you have anything to say to the participants? A farewell message?
Okay, I think we'll hear from QS Oyileye.
QS Oyileye.
Thank you. Before speaking to the participants, let me first of all appreciate the DG once more. If some of us are looking at the presentation, for myself, they say it's a good presentation. I must tell you that 80% of the job was done by the DG herself. So please, credit goes to her. And I told her that already. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And to all participants, one thing that has been recurring is continuous professional development. So please commit to it, and you'll be surprised how much you are going to get at the end of the day. It's not just about the financial returns, but the ability to be able to stand and hold your own wherever you are on the project. That is very, very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, QS Oyileye, for your words. I remember when the team for the NIQS Foundation team, they were inaugurated, and I must say that our DG has been doing a great job. QS Dr. Celestina, she's been doing wonderful, and I really appreciate the job she's been doing for the NIQS Foundation. Thank you so much, Ma, not just representing the QS profession, but also representing the females who are in this construction industry, because I must say that sometimes we lose that zeal or energy to continue as females. But when we see our colleagues, our senior colleagues who are females, who are doing exceedingly great, we have that courage to move on. And Ma, we really want to appreciate you for doing a great job for the NIQS Foundation. Thank you to all our participants that came. We appreciate you for staying till this moment. To my fellow moderators, QS Chioma and QS Denide, I really do appreciate you thus far for this journey. And thank you so much, Mr. Obina. Thank you to our senior colleagues who were here present. We really appreciate you. And we say thank you for making today a success and this event a success. We really appreciate us all. Let us not just listen to what has been said or learn what has been said, but also put into practice all that we have learned from this training. Once again, thank you so much. My name remains Asogo Biagiri Juliet. Thank you so much, and you have a great day.
Thank you so much, dear distinguished participants. Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the training program, Open Innovation and Quantity Surveying Perspective. Kindly look out for the assessment link that has been sent to your emails. Participate in your assessment, and thank you so much. We appreciate you all. Bye-bye.